And hello, everybody. Welcome to our live stream for today. Today, we're going to be doing the Battle of Ligny, which is a prelude to Grand Waterloo, which will happen in exactly 1 week's time. Right now, the players and the umpires are getting set up in their channel. We are waiting for an update on the module, which is why you don't see a cool module on the screen yet, but the module will be updated. We'll be joining the umpire table today. I will be commentating the experience unless they force me to do otherwise. I will be commentating Grand Waterloo in 1 week, along with, I believe, Dave Pumphouse, who is another one of our master umpires. And together we will give you the play-by-play of what should be the largest Kriegsspiel in civilian history, and it may be the largest Kriegsspiel in history. The only exception to that might be Carter's play-by-post Kriegsspiel, which was his D-Day, had about 100 participants. We're expecting approximately 100 participants as well. The difference is next Saturday, it's a live game. So we won't be playing by post. We will be playing a real-time live Battle of Waterloo. So I'm going to talk to you guys about that, which is coming up soon, and give you what we are going to be doing here on the actual game today. So you're going to get the commentary for today's event, as well as some tidbits and other things that will hopefully pique your interest and get you to watch next Saturday's event. Let's see here. I am still waiting for the module to drop, and it may drop, but because I am in here in this channel, I'm not getting any updates. That being said, one of the first things I want to do is make sure that the live stream is running well. Last Sunday, I did a podcast, and the live stream somehow had been set to private and people weren't getting it. But I do see that Dave Pumphouse has commented. I also see that I have concurrent viewers on the YouTube, so it looks like everything is running fine. So I could sit here and bore you with some commentary, or I could get my coffee. And, well, folks, come on, let's face it. You're all pretty cool, but coffee's coffee. So I'm going to go grab my coffee. And when I come back, I will pop back into the Umpire channel and I will find out where we are at with the preparations for today's event and get into that game and begin the work of commentating today's event. So I'm going to turn my little camera off, and I will be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. And then we are going to enjoy what should be a pretty exciting game today. In the meantime, I'll just put something up on the screen because who wants to just look at the loading screen? Here you can admire our Gettysburg map, part of the K-23 module, which I may talk about that a little bit, but that's not really what we're going to be doing today. So I will be back. Stand by. All right. Here we are. I have my coffee. Here it is. That is some serious gourmet stuff. And by gourmet, I mean cream, sugar, and a dollop of coffee. That there, my friends, is jet fuel. Jet fuel for diabetes, to be exact. But there we go. That's how I like my coffee. Anyway. All right, let's do as promised. Let's see if that module is good to go. Let's see, it's not there, but maybe it's in official modules or discussion. Let's see here. Okay, that's the briefing, and here it is. Visit site. And here it is on my Steam, and we're going to subscribe. Of course I need to sign in. Of course. And I don't even remember how to sign into my own Steam account. Oh, that's a problem. I cleaned my computer early this morning, actually, and I think it wiped out all of my saved passwords and stuff. Like anyone cares about my personal problems, right? Let's pull this up. There's more than one way to skin a cat. But let's see. Okay. I'm just going to see if I can. Okay. Man. All right, it's got this cute little, use this Steam mobile app. I don't want to use the Steam mobile app. Well, goodness gracious. Let's go ahead and see if we can't do this. I actually don't need to. Oh, I didn't want to copy that. What I want to do is replace it. I used to be able to go into like the big screen mode or whatever it's called. Big picture mode. There we are. All right, Steam. Calm down there, Terminator. All right, let's go here. And I need a browser. How do I get a browser window? Enter. Oh, that's okay. This is just the worst. Home. Display. None. Okay, but how do I get the gosh darn internet? I don't know. Library. See, if I type in a URL there, I don't think it'll do it. But I could do... Alright, I'm tired of this. So we're going to exit that. And we're going to just click this. Sorry guys, I don't know how to use Steam. All right.
Speak of the devil.
Hey guys, I'm just trying to get the module loaded in. Do we have an umpire table up?
Yes, it's called Ligny Umpire's Table. Password is IKS. Marshall, I know you're commentating, but would you be willing to do some screenshot umpiring as well?
Probably, really.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll have to.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's okay. We'll survive, but I can always volunteer some others.
Okay. Oh, all right.
It's fine. We've got enough to run it. It's just
I don't want to be tied to a particular map or sector. Or
yeah.
whatever.
Well, this is all on one map, but
failed to connect full.
Oh, what's the command to add more players?
Ooh, good question.
Crazy.
Liam just disconnected.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm worthless, so I'll join and take his spot.
What's the command to Google it?
All right, let's join. Here we are. Connect.
I think it's host_max_players space number, and then put whatever number you want.
Okay. Just like 20. I mean, yeah. That doesn't seem. I just typed that into the chat. That doesn't seem right. Is there a?
Okay.
Is there a? Maybe it's because I did it.
It's 10.
Yeah, but there's a command to expand it.
All right. Who would know that?
I know Crises knew it.
And Jan would probably know it. He's here.
Oh, Blazer, you have to put it in the hit the tilde key under the escape button.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And then type it in there.
20. Yep. All right.
You know, the first time I did this, I was really shocked and surprised to learn that if you win this game, there's actually a game you can play afterwards. It's called Tabletop Simulator. Yeah, I had no idea. It's like a secret game within the game. You know, I thought this was the game, getting it to work.
I'm told that what's the other thing we've been trying to use has even more layers of stupidity.
It's not stupid. It just requires you to know like coding to get it to work. So
it's just unique. It's just different. Okay, it's just different. That's all.
Foundry is more clean. It just also requires you to know how to code to get it to work. So it's probably possible in the future, just not for next week.
There we go.
Blazer, you might want to roll for the Grand Battery bombardment. That seems like a little, well, nuts.
How many umpires do you have at the table? Is there? I can either take a spectator color, which is probably the safe thing to do for now. But if there is a color, I would prefer it. But if I have to, I'll take a spectator. Obviously, we don't want to take an umpire slot.
Yeah, I think take gray for now, and then we might be able to add more.
Perfect. No worries. No worries. All right. See, the other problem is if I actually do take an umpire slot, then I will be expected to participate and help, which we don't want that. That's work. All right. All right.
Let's see, white. So we add white. Greaves, if you want to take the color white, I just added that for you.
Who else might? LTG said he joined to umpire, but I don't think he has. He's probably sleeping. Who else might?
Who is Lel? I see there's a player.
That's me.
Oh,
It's Felix.
I should know that by now. Who's Felix?
Go start chatting in the meme channel and you'll find out who Felix is.
He's reprimanded me before.
What else we got? I'm trying to get some last minute help from various people to see if they can lend a hand, but I think we've got one person who's running 6 people, or 2 people I think are running 6, but apart from that, we're not too bad.
How many actual umpires do we have for the B sector?
So not me, not Felix, one of 3. You, La Fondoise, and Lieutenant General Sir Lowy Greaves.
Okay.
So 3, and you've got 13 or 11, I think, players. So that's not too bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad. It seems like all the combat in the center is going to be kind of bunched together, so
yeah,
it'll be pretty easy.
Once you've assigned everything, can you get a screenshot for everyone and place it in with 1420 as the start time?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just telling everyone I know to ask them to join the umpire team.
Just maybe walk through how you see us cooperating units, how combat just in this sector now that we've had a chance to get organized.
Yeah, so you guys are going to get 3 players, and then it seems like the French have the most players, so I might just assign both of you guys to the French, and then I'll handle all the Prussians. Let's see how many Prussians there are. Real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's not bad. 6.
Okay, while they are sorting themselves out, I didn't want to be tied down with taking screenshots or doing things that will be unfortunately disinteresting to the audience. So if I absolutely have to, though, if it's really killing them, I will have to go lend a hand. You know, I think that's expected and I think that's reasonable. But for right now, I think they'll probably be all right. And screenshot the umpire, they can kind of get just about anyone to do that. So I'm going to reserve myself until the very last there with screenshot umpiring. I would, again, rather commentate for you and keep you guys engaged here with what's going on today. All right, that being said, I don't know if my audio and my desktop are overlapping, but if there are any issues with the audio, any kind of weirdness, because I can't hear it, let me know and I'll tweak this, because I'm seeing on OBS my audio and desktop appear to be coming from the same source. They're also at slightly different levels. I ought to tweak that, at least that. So if that one's at 13.4 negative, I'll come down to 13.4 negative here. There we go. At least those 2 levels are now identical. And yeah, just let me know if there's any kind of weirdness of any sort. All right, let's talk about what's going on. So early this year, like in January, we decided it's time to do another really big event. A couple, 3 years back now, 2 years back, 2.5, we did Grand Gettysburg, and Grand Gettysburg had about 60 participants, and it was probably the largest live Kriegsspiel, is certainly the largest live online Kriegsspiel in the world at that time. And now that's been a few years, and we've had a few years of learning and development and a lot of games. In fact, we've religiously played Kriegsspiel games every single Saturday at 8 a.m. Pacific time since then. And we have not missed a single Saturday, not even on like Christmas or whatever, you know. On major holidays, we still show up and run a game. Someone does it. And That's probably about 150 games or so. It's a lot that we've done. And this is in addition to all of our games, live games that happen weekly. There is a Thursday evening game that Master Umpire James runs, and he runs that in the evenings, U.S. time, United States time. So it's more U.S. friendly for people who have a Thursday evening free. Also good for people like in Australia or Asia. Better time for them because it's morning or it's daytime Friday, their time. But in any case, we run a lot of games plus everything play by post. Literally every day, somebody is announcing one or two live play by post games. And they run these on their own servers off to the side from the International Kriegsspiel Society main server, IKS main as we call it. And these games are of mixed quality because if it's not being run by an IKS master umpire, I can't promise the quality or anything. Nonetheless, a lot of those games are very well run, and we have this really cool community, an extended family, if you will, of people who are just kind of out there on their own, but they're running really good games. They learn from us. They develop their own systems. They come up with their own everything, develop their own modules and assets, and away they go. And some of those experiences are really, really quite cool. There's one guy's name is Puxus, and apparently he just runs phenomenal games. Everything I've seen him do is top notch. So we have some good people out there. We have a lot of talent. And the purpose of the International Kriegsspiel Society is to basically fill the world with Kriegsspiel games. It came from the fact that for 10 or 15 years, I was running in-person games by myself. Well, not technically by myself. I did have other people who would help. Mark Luda, Brett Bailey, Mike Sheeter. I had people who would come in and help. I had a variety of people helping. Rebecca Ooh, helping me run these in-person games, but it was always 2 or 3 umpires and about like 18 players. And these were in-person games run down in Los Angeles. We had what we were calling the SoCal Kriegsspiel Society. And I just got tired of umpiring. And when COVID hit, we figured out that we could run these games online, thanks to Mike Sheeter, who kind of cracked it for us. And we started running games online as the Southern California Kriegsspiel Society. But I was still tired of umpiring all the time. So we got a lot of people who are coming in from all different directions, from all over the world. But they're like, well, can I join at Southern California? I live in Europe. And of course you can join. You know, we were letting people in. So to kind of broaden the horizons and promote the mission, the real mission, is actually just fill the world with Kriegsspiel so I can stop umpiring and I can play. I think we're getting there. I think we've more or less achieved that. I've got my choice of games now. In fact, I get invited to games all the time and I have to turn them down. I don't have time. But we're there, you know, so I'm able to basically retire and step back from umpiring unless I really have a hankering for it, and I get to play, which is really, really fun. But anyway, we ran a game called Grand Gettysburg. It was sort of like our, I just wanted to run a big monster game because I was just insane. And it caught on, and it was a very popular event, and it put us on the map, and it was the prelude to us becoming the International Kriegsspiel Society. And since then, we have become the IKS, and now we are running bigger and bigger events. So back in January, we decided, let's play Waterloo. And the problem with running games like Waterloo or here Ligny and, whatever it may be, if it's Gettysburg or whatever, the problem with running historical games, there is a big problem with Kriegspieling historical games, is that players tend to do what the personages did at the time historically. So a good example of this that at least Americans will understand is Gettysburg. You throw Gettysburg on the table and you put, the different, Lee's corps, his 3 corps down, you put the 7 Union Corps on the map, and you have them coming in historic, whatever. What's going to happen? How's that going to unfold? And players are really going to parrot history. They're just going to do what they know. Every time we put down Gettysburg, there's a mad dash for Cemetery Hill because people know that those heights in the middle of the map are key to controlling some of the most important terrain in any scenario that has to do with Gettysburg, because it's next to the town of Gettysburg where there's this huge crossroads. And so it's kind of a big deal to take Cemetery Hill. And so all the players keep doing this. And what you end up getting is some weird remix of the actual history, but the players are being informed by their historical knowledge. They're not making their own choices. They're not being original. And really what Kriegsspiel is about putting you into a situation where you have to think for yourself. Now, the exercise of Kriegsspiel as a military exercise is really about communication. It's about writing dispatches and communicating, up and down the chain of command and then to the people on either side of you, and teamwork and working together and, all of that, coordinating. And you do that through writing orders and dispatches. And that's really the heart and soul of Kriegsspiel. Of course, we play it as a game, and it's a lot of fun. It's great. I can see here they're reloading the map. Something probably happened and they had to back up time or whatever. But there, it'll pop in. There it is. It's about you. It's about you. It's not about Lee versus Meade. It's not about Napoleon versus Wellington. It's about you in the shoes of a commander. And it might be a historic commander or it might be a fictional commander. You might actually be you, commanding units that never existed in history. They're based, more or less on units that existed, but you have your own formation of guys on a map or something that you've not seen before, and you are now presented with problems that are not found in the history book. Now, there's no new thing under the sun. There's doctrine and there's principles. There's all these things that, like I said, there's nothing new under the sun. So there's going to be guidance out there. There's going to be best practices. And if you know those best practices, if you're familiar with the tactics, if you do everything right, you should consistently do pretty well. You should outperform your opponent, even if you do lose the battle, because luck is still a factor. And sometimes you're put into a no-win situation because the umpire's just a sadist like me, and they want to, put you in those situations. You don't always win your battles, but you can win the Kriegsspiel by performing exceptionally well as a commander, making the best with what you're given. And that is really what Kriegsspiel is about. So we want to do that. So one of the things that we do is we shy away from historic battles. And yet here we are looking at Ligny, and we are about to do Waterloo next Saturday. So what's going on with that? Well, I like to do a thing called turning a scenario 90 degrees. That's what I call it. And it comes from, you take that Gettysburg example and you have the units coming in. Well, to change it up and throw everybody a curve, you turn the map 90 degrees, and now everybody's coming in different directions from historical. That forces players to think and make decisions for themselves. And it's a pretty cool thing to see when they get there and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not coming in on the historic road. The plan of, making a mad dash for the Round Tops or for Cemetery Hill ain't going to work because I'm on the other side of the map. Oh boy, what do I do now? And that's cool because it makes the players work for themselves rather than just parroting history and say, oh, look, I took the Round Tops and nobody could, dislodge me. What a great general I am. No, really. So that's what we do. It's called turning the scenario 90 degrees. When we came up with the idea of doing Waterloo, that was my big stipulation. And I think anybody who's an umpire, Blazer in this case, who is our master lead umpire for this whole experience, very much agreed, I believe. And it was just a no-brainer. But how do you take a historic battle and turn it 90 degrees? How do you take Napoleon versus Wellington? How do you take historic order of battle? Because if you look here, you see we have the actual units and commanders on the map. How do you take these units and turn them 90 degrees? See, there's a problem when you run historic battles, and that is, you might have read 3 books on Waterloo before doing a scenario on Waterloo, but there is going to be that guy out there who's read 4 or 6. There's going to be a guy out there who knows more about this than you do, and the hell of it is, they're going to be right. There's going to be the guy out there who knows the different units, who knows the weaponry, they will sit there and tell you everything that you got wrong. And you don't want to deal with that guy. That's who I call it. I call it that guy. You don't want to deal with that guy. It's annoying, And that guy misses the point of the Kriegsspiel. That guy thinks he's smart. He's kind of not. He misses the obvious. He doesn't see the forest through the trees. What's going on there is what I call, you might be correct, but you're still wrong. I tell people that sometimes. You might be correct because technically you are correct. 2 + 2 is 4. But you're wrong because you're in a situation where 5 is actually the right answer for some reason. And I know that doesn't make sense to people. Logically it doesn't make sense. But when you deal with warfare and stuff, logic kind of breaks down a little bit. It's not as linear and logical as mathematics. Luck is a factor. There are all these other variables that are involved. So, all right, you might be right or you might be correct, but you're still wrong. And what it is we want that guy to put aside all of that and make his own decisions and focus on himself and his command ability and his ability to write dispatches, his ability to coordinate, and all of that stuff. That's what it's about. So yeah, you might be correct that this unit was armed with this particular weapon, and they were a little bit more deadly or a little bit more weak than the average or something or whatever based on the historic data. But we don't want to be redoing history. So the way that we avoid dealing with that guy and the way that we turn this whole scenario 90 degrees is we assigned human commanders to everything, and we have run 2 Prelude battles. Quatre Bras and Ligny is the second one of these battles. Based on these particular battles, the Battle of Waterloo will then be set piece based on the results of these 2. And that's really important because, if you throw the map of Waterloo out there and you line up everybody in their neat little rows like they were on that morning in June, you're going to end up in a situation where they're going to go for, Hougoumont. They're going to go for the fortified farmsteads. The Wellington is going to say, well, we're going to set up on the reverse slope. Oh, wow, that's new. And the French commander, the Napoleon, is going to say, well, watch the right flank. I don't know why, but we're going to watch it because we're expecting our reinforcements. But I'm also going to send a bunch of artillery and other stuff there to defend it because in reality, I know the history. The Prussians show up around dusk. So you're going to have commanders try to do that, and you don't want them doing that. So the way that we turn the scenario 90 degrees is we let the players hash it out in a couple of Prelude battles, and then based on how this turns out, that determines what they go into Waterloo with. Do these reinforcements appear at the Battle of Waterloo, and in what shape are they in? That's going to be determined by these Preludes. So that's kind of how we change it up. And the decisions that the players make are meaningful. If the players play like fools and they don't, practice sound tactics, if they don't keep reserves, if they don't use teamwork, if they squander their units, well, those forces will be squandered on the day of Grand Waterloo. And what do you do then? So today the French have an opportunity to maul the Prussians and ensure that these Prussian forces do not arrive at the Battle of Waterloo, or at least they don't arrive intact or as an effective fighting force, whereas the Prussians, on the other hand, also don't want the French to arrive as an effective fighting force. So there are stakes here, and we're going to see what happens. So that's it. All right. Well, Dave's there. Dave, are you watching or are you participating? Dave, you could be on this live stream with me, getting some commentating practice. These poor, poor souls have to listen to my voice prattle on all morning. Rough stuff. Even worse, it's probably the afternoon for most of you over in Europe, and you have to hear this before going to bed. Man, I don't know. Anyway. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. I can't interact because I don't have a color. Can I change color? I don't have a color to change to. So that's okay. We're going to stay spectator. All right, let's take a look here. Look at these beautiful pieces that Blazer made. I think he made them. He may have had someone make them, but they're his. It's his game. Look at how beautiful. I mean, what a treat to play with these pieces. So there you are. What a treat. Look at that. Yeah, we ought to frame these. We ought to like create frame prints, right? Sell them. Look at that. Look how, I mean, what works of art do we have here? There you go. That's really cool stuff. Of course, these generic cav pieces over here for the French are just... they are pretty in their own way. They're simple. They're not as pretty as the Prussian ones, though. Let's take a look at these green ones. They look green. They've got that green outline. Let me remember how to use Tabletop Simulator. They're tinted is what I think it is. Look at that. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Oh, look here. We got these guys in concentrated formations, usually assault columns or something. I don't know why they're stacked. I don't know if these are meant to be... I mean, they're obviously densely packed formations. This is how we represent densely packed formations. Usually it's an attack column, something like that. But the way that they're facing, typically, I'll stack two of them together and turn them 90 degrees there. And then the way they're facing, that's the column. But let's see, these are not stacked. Here we've got a defensive fortification here with the artillery set up. So I try not to bounce around the map a lot because I know that's annoying for you as a viewer to, you know, have the view constantly changing and shifting. So what I will do for the most part is just sort of set up the map and leave it while I commentate so that you can see as things develop and unfold. As far as I know, they have not started the opening of the battle yet, but that's because everybody has to kind of get situated and organized. Usually it takes about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. We just hit 45 minutes. I know that they got a little bit of a late start, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll probably start in earnest in about 15 to 20, 25 minutes tops, I would feel. We could be wrong. There was a lot of prep work put into this ahead of time. So they could actually be starting really soon. But for the moment, I think we're just going to start probably in 15 minutes, I'm guessing. Hello again to Dave Pumphouse and to Thiol. Thiol asks on YouTube what's going on. Kriegsspiel's going on. Battle of Ligny, Prelude to Grand Waterloo. As far as we know, the largest Kriegsspiel, real time in civilian history. Next Saturday, same time, same place. I think it's actually going to be fought across 3 different tables as well. Not meaning 3 different umpire or 3 different play. Well, you know, in Kriegsspiel you have red table, blue table, and the umpire table. We're actually going to be that times 3 in that the battle itself will be fought over 3 tables. Part of that is largely logistics. We were going to use Foundry, but every time they update Foundry, we have to update and patch all of our content for it. And it just became very frustrating to have to reinvent the wheel every week or every time they mess with Foundry. So that's been really, really problematic, and we didn't want to risk a situation where we go into a big event and the module doesn't work an hour before the big event starts. So to prevent that kind of unnecessary chaos and having to patch everything that we've put together, we're just going to stick with what we know, which in this case is Tabletop Simulator. It does mean that the game itself will be broken up across 3 different servers, literally, or 3 different tables. But we'll be able to bounce between them as commentators. I'll be able to bounce between them with Dave, and we'll just go from table to table and do it like that. I do, in fact, have 3 different machines and 3 different Tabletop Simulator accounts. I could do it that way. The problem is I can't move OBS from system to system like that. Of course, I could do Discord on one, right? But then I can't change the view. So I would need a way, if there was a way to run all 3 tables simultaneously on one desktop, so that I could essentially tab through them or something, or run it in windowed mode and go from one to the other, or even put all 3 on the screen at the same time and just stream my screen. That would be really cool, but as far as I know, I don't think that's possible. If somebody out there does know that's possible, let me know, either in the YouTube comments or go on Discord and holler at me on Discord, so that a way we can play with that over the next week and get it working. Because that would be cool to do it that way, and you would get a better view of the battle without having to wait for things to load and move around. So, all right. Let's go ahead and pop into the umpire channel again, and let's just see what's going on. They do have A, B, and C sector umpires. I'm taking a quick look here for where... Oh, Dave is playing, I think. He may be playing or umpiring. Actually, he might be umpiring. That's why he can't pop in here. He's umpiring. He doesn't have a rank, so he's umpiring. Let's see here. Looks like all the players, though, are assigned. Red, however, which is the Prussian team, Blazers with them, and he's talking to them. Let's pop into Red 1 real quick and just listen in for a moment. It looks, see here, we're getting orders down on the map. Just listen.
What is that? Third. Sevens. Oh god. This is seriously bad. Right. Wait, what happened here?
All right, it doesn't sound like there's much to listen to there. So let's find someplace else to go. Let's talk to Napoleon, who is my good friend Achilles, who would normally be watching this live stream, but now he is participating. He is playing. He was our hand-picked Napoleon because we really wanted to ensure that this thing went really, really well with competent leadership. So we handpicked him to command the French side. And then if I go down here, who did we pick to command? I think it's Cookie, the guy who was typing. I think it's him. Let me see, what is his? All right, anyway, sorry. Or it might be Tunis, but I think Tunis was umpiring. Anyway, no matter. Let's go ahead and pop in on our Napoleon. Hello?
Lose one core and win the battle. I'm good with that. Yes.
Oh my gosh, there is the strategy, folks. Hello, gentlemen. You are
Don't
live on
us while we're planning for Waterloo.
By the way, Grushi, you need to make your way down to Jen's channel because you're going to be on the
Yeah,
far
I'm with
right
him.
there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Well, hello, Achilles Napoleon Achilles.
Yes.
I don't know. You got two first names.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way,
Never
Achilles,
trust anybody with
Dynamite.
first names.
What's that?
Achilles. Sorry, Achilles. Can you give me a blue 2?
I give you blue 2.
Yeah. No, the
can you
text
just-
channel.
Oh, the text channel.
Yeah.
Marshall, do you know how to do that? Because I do not.
Yeah, I do. Permissions.
Okay. Could you?
Add members or roles. And delete that and done. You should have it now.
All right. I'll just. Oof. Well, that's not my channel. Whoop. I have no idea where they placed me. That's okay.
Bluetooth 3 core.
No, I'm not third core. I'm the right wing. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, he should be over by where fourth core is.
I'll go ask Felix or something.
Okay.
BRB.
Okay.
So, what's up, sir?
I'm going to remove Zindos from that channel, and we'll let the umpires deal with it. I'm just saying hello on the live stream because you are Napoleon. And
Hello, everyone.
I wanted to ask, what's the plan here other than just win?
Today, since we are testing the system before Grand Waterloo, I decided to test something myself. Mm-hmm. So the plan is.
You don't have to give me all the details if you don't want to. If you're concerned with operational security, I get it.
OPSEC.
Yeah.
OPSEC. Yeah. Yes. The plan in a single word is concentration.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to concentrate really hard.
Yes, I'm going to focus all of my mental energies on my crystal.
Yeah.
And on my little statue of Guangdong, who, by the way, I need to give him a new shot of whiskey. Chinese god of war. I brought this statue of the Chinese god of war back with me, and I started giving him. I gave him a shot of whiskey before a game that I played a couple weeks ago, and all of a sudden, all my dice rolls were like incredible, and so I just started doing it now as superstition now. Anyway, I'm concentrating. I'm going to concentrate almost the entire army on a single point, and break that point. If I'm able to do that, then I break the equilibrium of their entire defense, and then the rest of it will be exploitation. Mm-hmm. That's the general concept. Mm-hmm. We're going to see how well it works here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, General Lee. Have you picked your angle then? Have you picked your copse of trees?
Yeah, indeed. Although I'm throwing a lot more than 15,000 men at it.
There you go. Well, it looks like, though, you're going to have to march more than a mile across open ground, but hopefully they don't have artillery really arrayed against you. We'll see what happens. I do see some arrows drawn on the Empire map, which indicates to me that some decisions have already been made. Mm-hmm. So We'll see. I don't know where your Schwerpunkt is going to be. Um, but yeah, it should be interesting to see how that works. With Kriegsspiel, everything kind of goes wrong. It's like if your plan goes according to plan, it's really just luck. Just like in real life, probably.
Well, once everybody starts in motion, it's pretty much out of my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the CIC, so I can't really affect what's going to happen beyond having given them their original objectives. The only way I influence the battle is controlling the timing,
Mm-hmm.
and so I have the timing for what's going to happen. Uh, yeah, that's basically what I have control over, and other than that, I can't really influence it. So we'll see
And,
what happens.
and even with regards to timing, well, you're on a clock.
Hmm.
And especially in a game, just as you would be in real life, but even more so when we play a game, because this is a Saturday afternoon played with free and willing participants who also have lives. They have,
What?
yeah, right, I know. No, they've got jobs, they've got beds to sleep in, they've got garages to clean, they've got things going on, they got kids that gotta,
Man, I
yeah,
don't
all of that.
understand that.
Yeah, me neither. But they've got all of that going on. So, there's only so many hours we can allocate to running these games. And so what I'm trying to say is the time that you have to execute your plan is also limited. Most Kriegsspiel games, you get about 9 to 12 moves, at least usually on the minimum, but you generally don't get more than maybe like 20, 24 moves,
Hmm.
and that's turns, and then
Hmm.
that's it. So I think one of the interesting things that you learn when running Kriegsspiels or playing Kriegsspiels is how little control you actually have, especially the higher you go in the hierarchy. So the higher your level of command, the less control you have on the day of the battle. you
Yep.
know you
Well,
probably only make one or two decisions.
if we're not in contact by turn two, then something has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
We're gonna be in contact almost immediately, depending on how far back the Prussians are,
mhm.
and that I don't have any control over. But yeah, we should be in contact pretty quickly. Tunis,
Sir, Napoleon. Hey,
yes
quick
sir.
question.
Yeah.
I So there should be commands for the young guard and the old guard. Are those players, or have
No,
those been? Huh,
we didn't have
okay,
enough players to assign division commanders for that.
okay,
So basically, they're me.
gotcha, gotcha. Okay, I might be taking orders for you directly. Let me hang on. I'll be right back.
Sure.
So you've indicated some
Yes, sir.
uncertainty about the Prussian location. Where's your scouting?
Mhm. My scouting tells me that they have uh, improved positions and at Saint Armand and at Ligny,
Mm-hmm.
behind the creek. And other than that, I don't know the extent of their line to the east or to the west. But if they're basically along that line, then you can anticipate that they're spread out along there from west to east.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of good defensive ground for them. That's a fact.
Which is why you have to concentrate on one point to punch through. Otherwise,
Exactly.
yeah, you're diluting your offensive capability and handing them a big advantage.
I'll tell you what we're not going to have. There's not going to be any marching simulator in this
Mm. Good.
because we're not doing Chancellorsville. I that drives me nuts. So
Well,
my intent is for the smoke of battle to start as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So yes. Yeah,
Well,
there's that.
it's just crazy here how the Prussians are lined up on the complete opposite side of the map from where you're attacking.
They turned it into a meeting engagement.
What is
that
this
was-
here? There's a star fort, and it's called Maginot Line and Verdun. I thought this was in Belgium, but
What are these HIMARS doing on the field? What is this? Oh my god.
rocket artillery.
Hey, Blazer.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. I intend to have a fairly quiet day here at my headquarters. I've already had breakfast.
Oh man, I had coffee, no breakfast though.
Oh, speaking of which, Marshall, you're going to get some really good coffee soon.
Oh, nice, nice. I'm looking. forward to it.
Hopefully, you can enjoy it. It's the most expensive coffee on earth.
Oh Lord, I'll have to drink it black, but I'll enjoy
Yes,
it.
Blazer. What
Am
What
I
can I do
correct in
for you?
saying, is the Imperial Guard all under you, both the young and the old guard?
Yeah, it has to be because we didn't have enough players to put
all right,
anybody in
that's
there.
fine. I believe Tunis is going to handle you then.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
And then Blazer, the Prussian CIC is Cookie, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'm gonna let Tunis and Blazer work with you, Achilles. I'm gonna go down and pop in and say hi to Cookie.
All right, have fun.
And yeah, you have fun too, watching it all unfold according to disaster.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, good luck.
All right, thanks. Yes, Tunis.
Yes, Vive l'Empereur!
All right, let's take a look here. Let's find where Cookie is in the Discord. I think. No, I'm trying to find his icon. Oh boy. Hey, there's Jan running cavalry. We can talk to him. You know, Cookie in his Discord, he has this really dark thing, so it kind of blends in. It's hard to see. He may have also changed it, but I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Red 10. All right, let's go pop into Red 10.
Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Marshall, your commentator for today. I am spectating and commentating for the live stream on YouTube. I wanted to say hello to the Prussian commander in particular, but also to everyone who is here. Cookie, how's it going?
A bit stressy after having to organize everyone into the units and merge some units together because we didn't have enough players and so
That's unusual to not have enough players, but yeah, we had to pull some.
I mean,
people
we
into
have-
vampires too. It's a
we
big
have I
game.
think 20 slots for our side.
Yeah.
And usually Saturday opens are only 20-25 people total.
Yeah. Blazers here.
Von Blücher, do you have any turn 1 orders?
Yeah, I would like to ride down to the hills overseeing Ligny.
All right.
So, what is the Prussian plan today? You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to share if you're concerned with operational security or whatever, but I just wanted to ask, what do you think? What's the plan for the day, other than beat the French?
Yeah, obviously that, but basically use we have some troops set up further to the front of the main line, as you probably can see if you're at the Empire table. And the idea was to force the enemy to deploy there, to actually invest time and effort to take those positions, and if they can't be held back, to set them on fire and retreat back towards the main lines, and repeat that as often as we can until we get to the main lines, where we will attempt to hold against the French and then possibly throw them back.
Excellent. Good strategy. Now, why do you have a massive gap in your line where all this French cavalry is attacking with the Young Guard and support?
Because it's a trap.
Obviously.
I just thought I'd throw that out there and see what you'd say. I did something similar to your Napoleon, so. Anyway, no, I mean, that's obviously a very sound strategy, a good tactic. We'll see, of course, how it unfolds. I do have the God's eye view of the map, but I can't reveal anything. But I would tell you, just from my own experience perspective, that's not a bad strategy for, the morning of. Of course, as things unfold, you may have to change the plan a little or something, but I was just talking to Napoleon, and one of the problems that you experience as a commander-in-chief is that you actually have very little control once the battle begins. Do you feel like you have a lot of control today, or do you feel like it's out of your hands after this?
I mean, I don't think I have control as such. I basically gave the orders how which moves they are supposed to do, and I think I can partially intervene by throwing, by getting my corps commander to throw the cavalry reserve or the infantry reserve brigade that are assigned at a certain spot. But beyond that, I don't think I've got any control.
Yeah. Well, sounds about right. So it's not you; it's just the nature of war. Cookie, thank you for answering my questions. I know that you're busy and you have a lot going on, but I wanted to share some of your thoughts with our viewers on YouTube. So thank you, and I hope you have a fun and lucky day.
We shall see if it's lucky.
All right. Okay, that was the interview with the Prussian Commander-in-Chief. Sorry, I'm tweaking the map here. Every time I scroll in the Discord, for whatever reason, it also does this, which I hate. Unless I click over on the Discord window, which I can do. It's just, I also have to be careful where I click, so I don't just end up messing something up. Let's see here. Actually, I could turn that down. That's OBS. Move that over there. And Dave says, and we're off to the races. Yes, it is clear that we have begun. There are units in motion, so the first turn is being processed. I'll note that the time is 10 minutes after the hour, and I think they've been moving pieces for at least the past 5 or 10 minutes. So we really did start right when I guesstimated. And that's pretty typical, though. It wasn't like I'm that smart. It's just that's kind of how it always goes. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see who else to talk to. I do want to talk to Jan, but look here. Who is Eli? Hey, Eli.
Oh, man. Thought I'd crash your party.
How you doing, Eli?
Hey, what's up, dude?
I am commentating well, technically, I guess it's Grand Ligny, but this is a prelude battle to Grand Waterloo. Are you playing in the battle, or are you just hanging out?
No, I'm I Corps commander for Wellington. I figured 2 reasons. 1, I got a lot to do today. 2, wouldn't really be realistic because, well, they're the Prussians and I wouldn't have been there.
Yeah. So
that was my thinking.
Well, good. Well, yeah, this is going down today, and then we'll see how it turns out, and it should have some kind of bearing on the actual Waterloo event, and it's going to be exciting. And I think, are you available tomorrow? You going to come on tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll come on tomorrow. I know you wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. Yes, everybody. Eli will be our guest on tomorrow's show. We're going to talk about, when to fold them, when to walk away, and when to run.
That's it's a very loaded topic, man. There's a lot that goes into that.
There is. But we'll try to cover it in about 30 to 45 minutes. And we'll see what we do. I'll bust out the tabletop simulator. We'll be on there. You can play with pieces, and we can show some stuff. And who knows? Maybe we even get a little mini game out of it or something. But yeah, I want to talk about that because one of the problems is a lot of people approach Kriegsspiel the same way they approach any other game, which is they push all of their blocks into the middle and they roll dice and hope they win, like they're playing poker. And
I mean, more or less, yeah.
yeah, and that's not the proper way to play Kriegsspiel, and it's certainly not something you want somebody doing in war, where human lives are at stake instead of poker chips. And people have to understand that sometimes the optimal move is to withdraw or to not fight, And I want to talk about some of that calculus with you because you're one of the first people I encountered while playing Kriegsspiel who played logically in that way. Sometimes I found it frustrating when we played together, but very sensible, especially from your perspective. I remember we played that one game with Alex was umpiring it, and you were ordered to attack and you didn't attack. And from my perspective, I was like, I need you to attack. But from your perspective, you weren't sure and you didn't want to squander your forces. So, let's talk about that calculus and teach people how to play a little smarter, I think.
Hey, sounds perfect to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I always want better opponents anyway, so.
Absolutely. And I will mention that there's a reason why Eli knows what he's talking about. He's read a book, despite being in the Marines, being a Marine. That's right. You're a Marine, and
hey, you know what? My diet of crayons contributed. Okay, that's why I'm a genius. My crayons.
If you only eat the red ones, right? The spicy ones. Anyway. Eli really knows what he's talking about, and that's why it's a privilege to talk to him, and we're going to have him on tomorrow's show. So
perfect. All right, Marshall. Well, I'm going to let you do your thing. I don't want to interrupt your Ligny coverage.
No worries. It's great to have you here, Eli. Thanks. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Be seeing you tomorrow.
All right. We have somebody here. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Pachot? His mic might be muted or something. I don't hear him. This is probably his voice channel, and we're just crashing in it at random. So we'll let Pachot be, unless he can holler at me, which is fine. And we just happened to land in this channel, Pachot. Don't mean to crash. But I wish you good luck today in your battle. All right, let's bounce here. And let's go. Let's see. Where is Jan? I got to bug Jan. Oh, he's in here. He's having a party. He's having a tea party with two other commanders. All right, let's see what's going on.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Are you guys having a tea party or what?
Yep.
Oh, Lord. What kind of tea is being served? Is it good tea?
We're just still trying to sort ourselves out.
Oh, well, that's going to take a long time. I don't think we got time for that.
So what are your orders?
Again, are we seeing anything from our current positions?
No.
Okay.
You see your cavalry way in front. They are currently at, well, there's 7 brigades cavalry. They're at Bote, but no enemies or anything.
Okay. That's fine. Good.
Yeah, we just sit and wait.
We're just staying where we are for now. Okay?
Everyone is sitting and waiting?
Yep, everybody's sitting and waiting.
All right. Well, these are some very engaging orders here.
Okay, just wait. They're coming.
When I was a teenager, my brother, who was also in the Marines, he got all the good looks. He was kind of this buff guy, football player. I got the brains. Told me that I should lift weights, and I just laughed at him and said, "Are you crazy? Those things are heavy." That sounds like your orders today. We're just gonna sit here because, well, marching's hard.
Well, we're already in our assigned defensive positions, and nothing's coming towards us yet. So
yeah, I mean that's the plan, right? So you can't really deviate from that. I've actually already talked to your commander in chief and Cookie, and I talked to him, and it's interesting because I talked to Achilles, who's playing Napoleon, and I talked to Cookie, who's your commander in chief, and both of them have precisely the same feeling, which is a complete lack of control. Just complete lack of control. The higher you go in the chain of command, the more the battle is on inertia, meaning it's like a ball that's rolling downhill, and you can't steer the ball. It's gone. And and that's tough. It's tough for a commander, especially when you put weeks and months or even days or hours when playing a game into planning, and now all you can do is sit there and just hope.
And just hope.
Yeah, that everything goes right, and God help the commander, the subordinate who messes up your plans because he decides he knows better than you do.
That's right.
That's right. So yeah, I mean that's why you have to stay put. You don't have orders. You to do otherwise, you stay put. So that sounds like a sensible thing, if you ask me.
And we also don't have any information on enemy movement. So why should we move at all?
Right.
Well,
yeah.
I'm beginning to think that I might have a role for the cavalry. I think it might be worthwhile scouting forward of our position a little bit. To see if there's anything we're missing, but not to get involved in any attack or anything like that.
Dispatch for you, sir.
Oh.
Very engaging.
Okay. Where is it? The dispatch.
Should be in your text channel.
Oh. I don't have it. What, have I got a separate text channel?
You have Red 6 Second Corps.
Right, okay.
Red 6 Second Corps.
Yeah.
Your dispatch. Well, it's a picture. From
No, look below that.
Right, from Tipple, and it says awaiting orders. That's it. That's your engaging dispatch. Awaiting orders, sir.
Hang on.
So
I'm having trouble getting to it.
I don't even deliver those because they're just making work, man. Let me make sure.
The guy is new. He doesn't know what he's doing. I just wanted to tell him he gets some dispatches, and he does what he said, so I sent it.
Yeah. Okay. The problem I think is, yeah. Oh, he's in the channel.
Yeah,
so
right.
You
but
should
he
be
didn't.
able to see it. Yeah, you pinged him.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah. All right. Well. All right. Well, the important thing, and really the way that you win a Kriegsspiel is not by winning the battle on the field or on the map. Correct, Jan? That's not how you win a Kriegsspiel. The way that you win a Kriegsspiel is you figure out how to blame Jan for everything that goes wrong. That's how you do it. Yeah. The best excuse wins at the end of the day. Who's got the excuse? Who's got the best one? So there you have it.
Thanks, Marshall.
Yeah, I just gave you the solution to the puzzle.
Tippelskirch, 5th Brigade. Okay, I know where he is. Well, There is no orders for him.
Are you gonna scout out? You know, this
Yeah,
is
that's what I was about to say before I got the dispatch. But hang on,
yeah.
I'm zipping around the channels like nobody's bloody business. Okay, our roll. I think it'd be worthwhile sending some light cavalry to scout forward of the infantry's position.
And should I do that with my reserve cavalry, or do you want to send 5th Brigades, Hussars, or?
Should be light. You have 3 light cavalry to the right on the left flank, behind 8th Brigade. They can scout round. What's the name of the place? Witchney, the plain immediately to the north, and the same with I think they're your lancers, just behind Karoy Chateau. They could scout to the right, the plain immediately in front of Botte. Okay, if you could arrange that would be good.
And do you want me to accompany them?
Yes, please, because then you can tell me what you see.
Roger that.
Accompany the light cavalry you send to the left of 8th Brigade, i.e. between the Chateau and 8th Brigade's entrenchments, towards Botte.
Yep, got it.
Okay, if you could pass that on to the umpire when he comes, I'll send a dispatch to our friend.
So, what is your guys' plan to deal with the French Guard cavalry that's approaching from your rear?
To panic.
Panic. All right.
So I happen to have some oak brewed schnapps in my back pocket. I know what I'm going to do.
Can I just say, Marshall, I'll speak to you if you want in a minute, but H.J. Brad, you should, like, your voice is really nice. You should, like, narrate audiobooks or something. Like.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Say that. I mean, I hate hearing my own voice because
actually, I think
people have said.
Yeah, it sounds great. You have a good voice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Marshall, I've got a free minute if you want to interview me quickly, or.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, let's pop up to. Well, you pick the channel. You're the boss.
Umpires, or is umpires 2?
All right, got it. All right, Blaze.
Hey.
What's oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about. What? Well, first of all, let's advertise next Saturday. Why should anybody who is just watching this reach out and get in touch with us over the next few days and get involved?
We're going to be running a Grand Waterloo event, which is, I believe, the largest war game, or civilian war game ever, at least live. So if you want to make history and be part of that, join the IKS Discord server and sign up for Grand Waterloo. It'll be a huge event. We're doing Waterloo and Wavre across 2 massive maps with 70-ish players, so should be huge and fun. So yeah,
amazing. I'm actually probably going to set up my laptop and monitor both games at the same time, and then I can switch my main monitor between them. So if I see something unfolding on the other one, I can hop over to that. I would like to.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah,
that's probably a good idea. Yeah,
run both on the same desktop. I don't think I can though, but yeah. That's going to be exciting. Now, how much time have you put into preparing this experience for everyone?
Well, I started it in about January, so I don't know how many hours, but at least probably maybe 500 hours total. And if you count what everyone else has done, maybe coming up on like 1,000 man hours. Maybe that's a bit generous, but quite a long time in any case.
Well, I mean, it's crazy, because you lost your job, you lost your home, you've been doing this now, stealing free internet to make this happen. That's commitment right there, and I want to say I'm very proud of that commitment to the international Kriegsspiel community. I don't even know the last time you ate a meal or been to a doctor, but yeah, in a week you'll be able to take a break and try to rebuild your life.
Yeah.
How true it is. Oh man, these pieces look absolutely gorgeous. Did you do the pieces, or did you get someone to do them for you?
I did the basic design, but other people helped with naming every single piece and things, because doing the text takes ages. The French are still technically placeholders; they don't have the proper text on yet. But the Prussians these are the ones that we'll actually use for Waterloo. So
yeah, what a beautiful! I mean, it's a privilege to look at these pieces and I'm sure play with them. It really is. No, it's a treat. This whole thing that you've put together is absolutely phenomenally remarkable, and I'm gonna owe you like a handshake or something for all this work you did. So what do you want to share with everybody out there? Anything else that
I don't think so. I'll need to head back to the other umpires pretty soon, but before I go, who's your bets on for Ligny? Who do you think's going to win?
I'm going to put my money on Achilles. I think he does have a solid plan. I've heard the plans of both sides, and while I think Cookie also has a really good plan, I think that the momentum will be on Achilles' side. Because there's only... I just think it's the way it's going to be, because Achilles is going to kind of make a hard push, and Cookie is going to try to defend and fall back. But under the weight of Achilles' push, I think that'll turn into a disaster. I don't think that the Prussian players, because first of all, these aren't actual military people who are trained. These are, war gamers and Kriegsspielers who think they can execute a sophisticated movement, but they can't. Achilles' plan is simple. Schwerpunkt here, everything go. Which it's kind of hard to mess that up. You can, but it's hard to mess it up. But I think the Prussian plan will require more finesse than the average player has, and as a result, it will fall apart. It's a good plan, though. Cookie has an excellent plan. I just don't know that his subordinates can execute. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm going to have to head back because I think we're about to move on to the next turn now. So,
you got it. All right. Good luck and thank you, Blazer.
Right.
We appreciate everything.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. So let's see here. So people understand, in the IKS, we only accept commitments, right? Kind of thing. You've heard that before. Let me illustrate that for you. This morning, I had breakfast. I didn't actually. My breakfast is coffee. I've already told you that. But, you have breakfast, right? And you have bacon and eggs. That means the chicken was involved in your breakfast, but the pig was committed. And that's what we like to see here in the IKS, commitments. All right. It is no exaggeration. The amount of work that goes into putting these things together is tremendous. Fortunately, we do have a good cadre of volunteers. People tend to step up and volunteer. And we're also able to scaffold or build upon previous games. So this module that we're using is probably based on really a series of modules. So, these modules, we just take the old module, we revamp it, we clean it, we put new components in, but we build upon the old stuff, and over time you end up with more and more sophisticated modules that can do more. So it's just an evolutionary process, but each step in that evolution still requires hours and hours and hours of work. Not to mention just dealing with the people. You get people who mob you and say, yeah, I'd love to play. Well, the first thing you have to do is sort them out and organize them, get them into their teams, get them connected with, their subordinates and their superiors and their peers. It's a lot of work. It's a crazy lot of work. A lot of people want to umpire Kriegsspiels, and they have these visions of these really huge games. You really do have to work up to it. It's like saying, I'm going to go boxing and I'm going to, go heavyweight. No. You gotta learn how to hit the punching bag first. You gotta walk before you run. You really do. We make it look easy, but that's the product of years of experience, and it ain't easy. All right, I've got a cool question on the YouTube from Minstop. He said, would it be likely for this Blucher to lead a charge as well historically? And if so, what would your thoughts be if they do such a daring move? So that's what we call a spoiling attack. And the last time I played Kriegsspiel, which was about a month ago, I did something similar, and I can't even remember the game in which I played it or the scenario. I guess I could look. But, you know what? Was it... It was Bull Run. Bull Run, we were defending, and I gave an order, or I proposed that we attack instead of just holding behind Bull Run, defending. I think we were the Confederates, or I can't remember, but we were defending Bull Run. And I'm like, let's do a spoiling attack. And it worked brilliantly. It really did. It won us the day. Spoiling attacks can be launched. They're great because they mess up the enemy's plan entirely. They create chaos. The problem, of course, is you have to commit assets to an attack, and if the enemy happens to be able to respond capably to your attack, it can prove disastrous, because now you've committed assets that you require on the defense to an attack, and generally attack is very expensive compared to defending. It's a gamble. If you have the enemy well scouted, if you have good information, if you know the enemy's disposition, you know their strength, you've identified a weak point, you are yourself able to stealthily, because you're screened by your cavalry or something, if you're able to stealthily assemble the forces needed to strike a counterpunch or a preemptive attack or spoiling attack, whatever, it can pay off big time, right? But you see how there's a lot of stuff that has to go right in order to do that. At a minimum, you have to do what we did at Bull Run, which was we had a pretty good guess at what the enemy was going to do, and that's why it worked for us. Had our guess been wrong, it would have been a failure as a strategy. It worked brilliantly because the enemy did what we predicted they would do. I think it's a valid attack. It's a valid strategy, but again, you really have to have the information, and you have to have subordinates who can pull it off. So that brings me back to what I was saying about Cookie's strategy. Cookie has a really good strategy. We're going to hold. They're going to deploy. We're going to punch them as they come up. And then we're going to fall back to the next defensive line. And, they do have a proper line established, which you can see here in the map. You also hear my dogs going off in the background. Dogs. I love them. Anyway, they're going to fall back to those lines, and with those lines basically being entrenchments, they're going to rely on the strength of those entrenchments to hold those positions against the French attack. The problem with that, okay, first of all, if you have a strategy where you have to kind of leapfrog or retreat, This is one of the things, when Eli was here, I want to talk about how important it is to fall back and retreat tomorrow in our podcast. One of the problems, though, is people don't know when to do it. They don't know, like I said, when to fold them, when to hold them, when to walk away, when to run, right? That's from the song The Gambler from Kenny Rogers. It's a song about playing poker, but it really is an analogy for everything else in life. Sometimes in life, you've got to fold your cards. You've got to get away. You got to get out of the hand, and cut your losses. We call that sunk cost in business, or chasing your losses in Vegas, or there's another term in economics or business, but whatever, a sunk cost essentially. Sometimes you just have to say, it's not going to get any better, and if I stay in here, it's actually going to be worse. So it's better for me to fall back, even though it's bitter to do so. I'm going to do that because that's the sound option. Survive to fight another day, discretion's the better part of valor, however you want to frame it. But in order to pull off that move, you have to time it. Because when you're moving backwards, the troops are no longer online and capable of giving fire. This is why you have to have units committed to defend the rear, do what we call a rear guard action while the main body falls back. Then the other problem is we don't have proper military trained guys. Now, people like Achilles is, or Napoleon today is military trained. Cavalry guy, so he understands scouting very well. So he could give the orders, and in fact, you heard him talk when I interviewed him. He talked about timing, how he controls the timing. And that's key to any kind of maneuver. But it's also very important when retreating and leaving a rear guard, and when do we get out? And when you're playing with people who don't have that, they don't know what to look for, they don't know what questions to ask of their umpire, which is probably a really good question to ask him. I should ask Achilles and Eli that question. What are you looking for when deciding when to make a move, to retreat, for example? Anyway, I'll save that question. I'll ask him in a bit. That's when you execute that move and fall back. And I don't have the confidence that your average Kriegsspiel player knows that or even thinks about that. They're just going to say, we're going to hold as long as we can, and when it looks like we're going to be overwhelmed, now I'll give the order to retreat. And then when they give the order to retreat, half of these guys will not leave a rear guard. They'll just say, everybody get back to the second line. And so, of course, boom, it falls apart. Because what's going to happen, and you see this cavalry here, these cavalry units, for example, are going to push. I don't know why these guys are still here in the backfield. I would expect they would be part of that Schwerpunkt. But it looks here like this is the Schwerpunkt here. They're going to come through here, I think, somewhere here. And they're going to push. They're going to fall back. And as they fall back, ideally the cavalry rides forward and keeps these guys on the run and prevents a coherent defense. This cavalry will be spent in the process. In other words, it will no longer be, look, there they are moving forward. They will no longer be an effective force. However, you have reserves. That's why you have reserves. That's why you attack in successive lines, for example. You go in waves. And so what will happen is now you'll have this rear line where these guys have just run back to it, probably in a panic. They've been pursued. And now you hit them with the Schwerpunkt, or the main effort. And by focusing attacks here, yes, as indicated, you're going to spend this cavalry. Yes, you're going to lose your first wave or two of the attack. This is where, when I popped into his channel, Achilles' channel this morning, he mentioned, you hear him saying about how I'm happy to give up one corps to defeat the enemy, to win, defeat the enemy army or whatever. That's going to be the price tag to punch through these defenses. So he understands there's a cost involved, there's a calculus. But once he punches through, then the weight of the numbers in a concentrated area is going to win the day. You see these guys over here? They are playing stand around and wait simulator. You know, Achilles mentioned marching simulator, which it always seems like in every battle we have one commander who gets sent on a long march and never engages the enemy. These guys are going to stand here and they're not going to engage the enemy, at least not until the last minute, if at all. And what's going to happen is they're going to be pulled over here probably in a panic, abandoning these lines, their strong points, because they're going to need to reinforce this position as the Schwerpunkt rolls through. That's kind of how I think the battle's going to unfold, and that's why I think Achilles is going to win. Achilles has the initiative. He is he's doing everything correctly. And while he is going to suffer losses, he's done the math. He's concluded he can afford the losses, and that the reward for making that investment, kind of rough to think of it in terms of an investment when you're thinking these are lives of men, right? But the payoff for that, though, is ultimate victory, is that the Prussian force should be shattered or fall back in some kind of disarray. So even if the French force loses more troops, the Prussian force should be combat ineffective on the day of Waterloo. And that's really what you're going for here. That's it. And Achilles' strategy is funnel everything here. That doesn't take so much finesse. It does take some. I trust that he's put capable subordinates, though, in that position. While Cookie's strategy, Cookie doesn't know where the attack's going to land. So it's not like he can say, I've got these 3 or 4 players who are really, really good, who know how to fall back and retreat, know when to do it, and know how to hold a position. And I'm going to put them in this sector, which is imperiled, and then put my weaker or unknown players in reserve or on the fringes where the attack isn't going to happen. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that luxury because he's on the defense. This is why I like to be the attacker in a game. Because on the defense, you don't know, man. You got to gamble and make a choice. You can sometimes make an informed decision based on the terrain and other factors. You can say he's probably going to attack through here. But even then, that's what we did at Bull Run. But, yeah, it's always a gamble. So that's why I think the outcome of this battle is already foreordained based on talking to both commanders. And, again, I want to say Cookie has a great strategy. He's done everything right. But in Kriegsspiel, it's possible to do everything right and still lose. Of course, you lose the battle, you could still win the Kriegsspiel because you did the best that you could with what you had dealt, and of course, luck's a factor. So Cookie could win the Kriegsspiel because, frankly, he's got the harder job, and he's probably going to do okay. But is he going to win? I don't know. So, anyway, Minstop, I hope that answers your question regarding the spoiling attack from the Prussian cavalry and my overall thoughts on what I think is going to happen in the battle. So let's go ahead and get back. Actually, I'm going to turn my face off here because I'm done talking about this. And we're going to get back into the map in the game. We're going to talk to some more players. Might go see how Achilles is doing. You see here the attack developing on the French left, the Prussian right. And you see that the Prussians should have immediate contact, and I don't know how they're responding. You can see that there are orders for units. These look like batteries here coming up. So they've identified a field of fire here. They're going to put some artillery here. They're limbered though. So is that horse artillery? Let me turn this around. I think it's regular. I don't know what this word means. It may be horse.
Where are you looking, Marshall?
The 18th Ritinde battery. Is that a horse artillery?
That's horse. Yeah, that's horse.
Yeah. Okay.
Where is it? Yeah. Since you can see they've got the line through them, diagonal line.
Yeah, the cavalry line. Yeah, I was trying to translate the German, and I think that refers to a horse.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Okay.
It's mostly just the diagonal line's probably the easiest way to tell.
Yeah, I should know that, but here I am doing it the hard way. Yeah, I was giving a whole analysis. You'll have to listen to my analysis, which takes place about an hour and a half into the video, where I talk about how I think this is going to unfold and why.
Okay.
So that should be interesting. But yeah, how's it going for you?
Yeah, all right. I think we've managed to keep a pretty decent turn time. We've had 10 to 15-minute turns for a 30-ish player game, which isn't pretty good.
That's great, actually. I would expect it to be more like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in combat yet, so we'll see how it develops. But yeah. Yeah, I think all things considered, that's pretty good. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm not umpiring any players specifically. I'm basically the pit boss, keeping everyone in line. So
exactly. That's how I like to run my games when I'm lead umpire. I just prefer to let subordinates handle everything, and then I troubleshoot and go in where I need, so we don't get bogged down. That's a great way to do it. Is this a D12 system?
Yes, it's loosely based on K22, but I think I showed you a very early version of it about a year ago. But it's the same one we used for Austerlitz.
Nice. Yeah, I actually took your D12 idea because K22 is D10. But I agree wholeheartedly that D12 is what you need to moderate some of those outlier results when throwing dice. And it worked. It's worked beautifully in my K23 tests. You know,
nice.
Kriegsspiel 2023 is what I'm talking about. It's American Civil War. Blazer here took K22, which is Napoleonic, but he introduced a D12. Why did you do the D12 instead of the D10?
Well, I actually thought about doing a D20 originally because I don't use modifiers in my system. Instead, I just use different types of dice.
Yeah.
So originally, I thought about just doing D20, but I thought we don't really need that many results, and I think it would just kind of bog things down a bit with so many different options. So I went with D12 as sort of the second largest before that.
You still don't have modifiers?
Well, you instead of modifiers, you basically just change the die you're rolling. So you like shift the die up or down.
Right.
But you don't change the face on the die.
Yeah, it's like the advantage die in K22.
Yeah, except there's 4 tiers of advantage rather than just...
Blazer?
Yeah?
Are the Prussians north or south?
The Prussian army's in the north.
Okay.
The north's the top of the map. I think I'll need to...
They were confused.
Yeah, the Prussians are on the top of the map. Yeah. I think I'll probably need to go back and coordinate this next turn now, so...
No worries. If you see me on my own in a channel, feel free to pop in like you've done, and we can talk more because this is great.
Sure, yep.
One of the things that I tell people, at least in the K23 rules, is when you do your map, because in my Kriegsspiel 2023 system, which is basically the next evolution of the K22 system, a lot of refinements, a lot more information that I think is helpful with stuff that's not so helpful out, based on a year of experience. One of the things I teach you, though, is you got to put a scale, a compass on the map somewhere. Even if you just draw it, that's fine. But yeah, it's remarkable. The first thing you learn about maps is that the top of the map should be north. But when you deal with old and historic maps, believe it or not, they don't all follow that convention. And we also deal with people who probably not taught how to read maps. Reading a map is something that they kind of introduce you to in elementary school, as I recall. They should. Just the state of education is very mixed around the world. We're international, so we get people who know how to read maps really well. We get people who don't know how to read maps at all. They don't understand contour lines. They don't know that the top of the map is north or whatever. So it's not a bad question. I think it's a smart question. You have to orient yourself as an umpire, and the players have to orient themselves. But I remember when I was a young man working in a restaurant, people would call for directions, and I could say, go 2 lights and turn right. But the problem with that is if you've made a wrong turn or if someone is wrong about where they're at, I could actually be sending them the wrong direction. So I would often give people directions north, south, east, west. And when I would train other employees, I would teach them, give directions north, south, east, west. Unless they tell you they don't know what north, south, east, west is. Then, yeah, you got to revert to doing it the other way. But, you know, if you know north, south, east, west, it's kind of hard to get turned around as long as you keep track. So that's why we have a compass. And that's why you should put a compass on the map. It's just useful for everyone. Again, you can draw or tell people if you have to. So whatever it takes, just people need to know how to orient themselves. It looks like we have some combat. I'm going to zero in on that real quick. And here it looks like the Prussians have fired with good effect. And they have repulsed. This looks like regular line infantry from the French. So they've repulsed an initial attack. An expected result, I would say. Probably not what the French would want to see, but given that the Prussians have prepared positions, this should be expected. This is pretty typical. The problem is what follows this. And from here, there's no support, there's no reserve. This is the second line, it looks like, or what's left of the first line, I'm not sure. However, look at this. Here you have a massive flank attack It looks like you've got 2 brigades here. Yeah, 2 brigades there from the look of it coming in, and they're going to just crush this force. You've got this battalion facing this way, still worried about these guys here. And you've got 2 battalions just about to smash. Those 6-pounder guns are not online. I mean, they might be, but they're masked. They're not going to fire. But, yeah, this is a sledgehammer. Now, when this hits, see, this is where the Prussian commander needs to say, it's time to go. One of you is a rear guard. Hold here. And, yes, I'm going to expend the unit, but you're going to hold here. And the other 2 battalions or, battalions, half battalions or battalion. I think these are battalions. These other 2, no, they're half battalions, correct. You guys are getting out, and you're going to the next line, the next defensive position. The problem I see with this for the Prussians is while they fired to good effect on the first round, the problem is if they don't see this, they're going to think they're sitting pretty. That's the first problem. The second problem is even if they do see this, especially if they don't see all of it, they may be thinking we're doing great, why move? And that's going to be a problem because the weight of this force, they're probably not going to repulse them. If they were in an entrenched position or a fortified position, maybe, and they probably are. It looks like they're probably honeycombed in these houses or farmsteads or whatever. This is a village, I believe, little town. I still don't think they're going to hold. It would be good for the French to have some artillery here, putting some artillery on them, but whatever. The other big problem, though, and I may have already said this, but where's the Prussian commander? The Prussian commander is not online. He's not here. He can't give the order. If he does get the order, it's going to be after he receives a dispatch from these units. And that's what, 400, 800, 1600. I mean, where is he? Is this him? Is this him? Who is that? That's Blücher. That's the commander-in-chief. So he's got to give an order that filters down through the chain of command. I don't know. Why is there no officer between Blücher and the front? Oh, this is horrifying. Anyway. This is a forward position. It's not like it's critical for the Prussians to hold it. It's not their main line of defense, which is back here. But they do need an officer up here to call this one. And maybe these units are just being sacrificed. Maybe, in a way, this is the rear guard and they're just all online. But the French are steamrolling here. They're going to steamroll right here. Now, we got some other stuff here. We do have a 3rd Corps commander here. That's cavalry, though, so he's not going to be commanding this infantry. What's this? We have 12th Brigade. This is not 12th Brigade. It's 2nd Brigade, 1st Corps. Who's the 1st Corps commander? Where is he? Here he is. All right. Okay, so here's the problem. This guy's not... these units are out of communication. They're gone. They're written off. He can't save them. What this commander is doing, I'll tell you right now, he's looking at this that's coming. He's got these guys in square. There's no artillery, so this is good. Prussians are doing fine. But he's got this coming. He's worried about this. He's hoping that this bears dividends because they're on a flank. We got artillery firing this way. We got artillery... okay. It doesn't look bad for the Prussians here yet. But this is gone right here. That's gone. So we'll see. But as this attack rolls in, what's behind it? We got a grand battery here. This is clever. Because they're going to expect an attack here instead of here because the guns are firing this way. We've got some good units here, some units here, and here, of course, is the guard. These are the units that will either not be committed because you want to preserve them or they're going to come left through here. However, this is all the French are hitting with. Will it be enough? So far, yeah, but I think it'll be enough, just kind of guessing. But if I were Achilles, I would want at least another brigade or two here. 2 brigades, that's another division. If I had another division, it would be a sure thing, I feel. But without another division, now he's got this cavalry, and the other concern I have is Achilles doesn't have this cavalry here. These guys are wandering around here. When these guys fall back, though, it would be great to have some cavalry to really push. So I need to have a couple conversations. The first one I want to talk to, though, is this here. Whoever's playing Zeton. I want to get what his thoughts are, see what he sees, and see what he knows, and address that. So let's go on down to Zeton if I can find him. There's no pop-up there. I don't know who Zeton is. Why are the French bunched together? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 French commanders in one spot. Why? Okay. All right, here's Zeton. All right, let's go talk to Zeton first.
As your units basically, entrench themselves in the village, and on your right flank you can see the square forming, the Landwehr forming square. You start hearing gunfire from the south, from Saint-Amand.
I see.
It's only small arm fire for now. No gunfire, apart from the far west, of course. But that's all you hear.
That'll be fine.
By the way, I guess you know what the artillery fire west is.
Artillery fire west. Yes, that is an assault on Villers-Pérouin, correct?
No.
West on Ligny. Yes.
It's far. It's way further to the west.
Can you give me an estimate?
Kilometers.
Can you give me an estimate?
15 kilometers.
15 kilometers. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so around Sombourg. Okay.
It's probably. I mean, there are rumors that the British are fighting.
West. Oh, okay, west. Okay, it's Cottebras. Okay,
Far
sorry.
west.
Yes, far west. Okay. It's Cottebras then. Okay, that's fine. I figured they would have to be caught in their own fight. I did not expect reinforcements. My orders: wait, have the forces at ready. Deploy the cannon on the road to the Brunhal Etang de Wagner road, pointing towards the pointing westward. I myself will be moving towards Shumere. So those are my orders.
Shumere.
That is up to the northwest. Sorry. Shumere around Cas de Bruquet. If you start from Villers-le-Perun and head about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kilometers northeast, you should be there.
Hello, gentlemen.
Northeast.
The grid
hello.
square should be 400 paces, not a kilometer.
Yeah.
Paces, okay.
400
I apologize.
Yeah. No, that's okay, just so everyone's clear.
Yes.
Including the people
And
on the
also
live stream
both
who
the
are
archer-
watching now.
I see.
Also, the
Three of
artillery
them.
you told about. Yeah. There are two batteries west of the village, and you
Yes.
also have your artillery corps artillery reserve. What do you want to do with it?
Wasn't that already
Because
distributed?
No, it's a corps asset.
Core artillery reserve. Okay. Place them around Marbe, pointing towards the road to Villers-Perun.
Okay. Nice. I'm gonna go then. Sit.
Good luck.
Thanks. You too.
All right. Well, how's it going?
Poorly.
Why do you say poorly?
Because my commanders are... My commanders are not following the plan. The one commander, I've repeatedly told one commander that if he feels threatened and if he feels that his position is untenable, he should retreat to one specific position. He has yet to do so. I've been sending him dispatches explaining what he needs to do, and he categorically has yet to do it. The other one moved... the plan overall was to withdraw, delay, fight back. The other one moves forward without orders.
Are these human subordinates or are these umpire interpretations?
Yes, they're human subordinates. Yeah. It's Yago. Victor is not withdrawing. Yago is caught up in a... Yago moved forward without orders, so now I'm attempting to extricate the two. The problem with Victor moving forward is that he's essentially opened up a huge gap in our lines to support a battle that didn't need to be fought. So I am currently attempting to extricate and force us to retreat and steadily withdraw, because right now we are attempting to just delay. I have no clue what's happening on my left flank. The last I heard, there was a heavy French presence in the area, and ever since then I've gotten 0 reports. I've sent dispatches to my cavalry commander, and I've yet to hear a thing. Right now, I am just trying to essentially herd cats. For that expression, that is almost as fitting accounting for you, because
cats are snakes with fur. I get it.
Cats are liquid.
Cats are liquid. Okay. What's your plan to reestablish command and control?
Plan to reestablish command and control. Right now, it was move forward. I am sending. I'm going to be sending a bunch of messages. I'm also going to be sending a. I'm also currently planning on moving to check on what's happening on my left flank, because right now I am just going to send another message saying with the specific instruction to withdraw to Brie, because right now I've given him some liberty as to what to do. I am sparing no terms here. This is a withdrawal. I need to command this from the front, because commanding it from the rear has not worked. People have been acting on their own instruction. I have to gather them and say, like, hey, here's what we're going to do. Sending it... that would be Blitzhex, who's Ludwig Victor. He's commanding also von Steinmetz. He's commanding 2nd and 4th Brigade. Iago, who is... whose username is...
Jaego. It actually says Jaego, 3-1 Brigade.
Yes, he's commanding 3 and 3rd and 1st, so he's one Steinmetz. Sorry, he's one Steinmetz and Jaego. Pirch 2 and Victor is 2 and 4, who's Blitzak, so Nunner. And finally, the other one is Vinrode, who is my cavalry commander, and he, who's DD Delaney. He's the right now the situation that is happening to me is from what I can grasp. Command control is mildly falling apart because I am giving them way too much leeway in a way that's not working because they are not confident enough in their own ability in ways that make it so they are hesitant. I am giving them the leeway to act when they see an opportunity and they keep second guessing themselves. I am also a very, I don't want to say caustic, but I am loud and obnoxious and demanding in all the wrong ways. I am very much I can get very loud. This is one of those things that people have repeatedly complained about, and I've been trying to get better. But sometimes I have to deal with a group that won't do what needs to, and will go exactly against the plan, and will actively try to. It's like they're actively trying to screw us over.
Never assume malice where incompetence will suffice. You know.
Yes, that is my thought process. I think they're perfectly competent, but I think they're perfectly competent as commanders. Most of these people are history buffs. They've read it. They've read the histories. They've read the tactics. Their problem is a fundamental lack of confidence because they are new. They're coming in and they're saying, "I don't know what I'm doing."
Yeah.
And you have to. I am essentially stopping someone in a position saying, like, "Hey, if you hesitate, we're fucked."
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to get them to.
Yeah, it's hard. I get it. You know, the cool thing about Kriegsspiel is it allows us to be introspective, to look into ourselves and see how you know, I mean, we see our own weaknesses as well as our strengths. So I think it's really cool that you acknowledge that you have some tendencies that could be worked on, and that will make you a better commander, and it will also make you a better person just in real life because you know, you're aware, and this is a great place to explore that, you know.
Yes.
So I think that's awesome. You know, in a way, that makes you a winner. You know, I know that sounds silly and cliche because they say things like that in school or whatever. Oh, you're all winners for showing up. But really, yeah, you know, no matter what happens in the battle or the Kriegsspiel, if you've learned something about yourself that you can translate into future success, well, then that's winning. So there you have it. So, all right, I wanted to pop in and say hello and see how things are going for you. I appreciate your assessment of the situation and everything you've shared with us on the live stream. And I wish you good luck throughout the rest of the day.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, who's your commander on the left? These pieces in purple, I think. I'm going to go there next. 1 Corps, 2nd Brigade.
That is Victor.
Infantry. Victor? All right. Good luck to you, and again, we'll see you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Victor. It's Marshall. I am live streaming on our YouTube to 10 concurrent viewers and a few neighboring planets and alien civilizations. I wanted to say hello. How's it going?
Pretty good. Currently fortifying 2 towns.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Yeah, just waiting for Frenchmen to appear.
All right. What's the plan for today? What's your battle plan? What are your orders? I guess is maybe what I should ask. Or what's your plan?
Well, you know the saying, "No plan survives first contact with the enemy." Therefore, I don't have a plan. I'm just fortifying the towns, and then I see what happens. I have received some orders from Corps Command, I believe, which is to set the town on fire if I happen to lose the town.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Aside from that, no, I don't have a plan.
That's a good way to mystify the enemy, as well as your own subordinates. But
Well, according to that, I was planning to send dispatches directly to the French in order to confuse them by giving. Having my dispatches on purpose being intercepted.
Yeah.
I suppose that is my plan, yeah.
All right. I think that's
Good evening.
That is clever, but all right, let's hear the report. Let's hear the report and take it from there.
Good evening, Donner's Mark. It is now 1600. Do you have any new changes in orders?
Any Frenchmen sighted so far?
Absolutely none.
Well,
you're getting reports that your 2nd Brigade over there by Wagner has finally occupied the town, and they are receiving small arms fire.
They are receiving?
Yes.
Then they are to fire back at whoever is causing that.
Oh yes, they're firing back.
Oh, very good. Artillery is also on the hilltops and is giving support?
Correct. And it appears that your 1st Corps Commander Zeiton has taken temporary charge of 2nd Brigade.
How dare he? He's on my man. Well, I suppose I cannot do anything about it. In that case, you said 2nd Brigade was receiving small arms fire or 4th?
2nd Brigade.
2nd.
In the town of Wagner.
Well, given that he has taken command of that, I cannot do anything about it, so... How's Perun holding up so far?
So far, it's clear. You're just moving into town and starting to take up positions. Your artillery's still coming in on, slower than the rest of y'all, but y'all are moving in.
I guess then artillery is moving to the hilltops, which is overseeing the town. Infantry moving into the town to fortify, and cavalry maybe outside of the town as a reserve in case anything happens. I think that's all.
Perfect. So your infantry is moving into the town and on the hilltop to occupy that, as well as your artillery?
You know what? Artillery and cavalry together on the hilltops, infantry only in the town. Yeah.
Understood. And where are you going to be at?
Probably with the artillery.
Understood. Thank you, good sir.
All right, so your position, your avatar, your commander is present in Villers Perun? Is that correct, or am I wrong? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but you're commanding units that are, oh gosh, they're probably a couple kilometers away, I'm guessing, in Saint Armand. And probably elsewhere. Is that the case? Yeah, 2nd Brigade, 2nd Brigade. These purple blocks.
Yeah, I was given the command of 2 brigades, given that we didn't have enough commanders for the individual brigades. So, yep.
Yeah. Now, were you able to choose where your commander started the battle, or were you placed in a position?
I think I was placed in a position, though. I didn't have the option to deploy anywhere.
Yeah, okay. Wow, well. It's interesting, because Kriegsspiel just messes with the head. The fog of war is what it is. It's, I actually see everything that's happening, so I'm aware of what's going on. And our viewers are as well, of course. You can't know this because it would spoil your game. It would be cheating. But it's interesting to take a look at what's going through the commander's mind and take a look at what's happening in reality. They do this to me all the time, just so you know. They'll come up to me and they'll say, "What do you think is happening?" And I'll tell them what I think is happening. And of course, I'm completely wrong when I play. That's kind of like my hallmark or whatever, is I'm always wrong. But no, that's really cool. It's exciting. How do you like Kriegsspiel? Oh, sorry, Demeter, my little dog here. How do you like Kriegsspiel?
Definitely one of the most interesting games I played.
Yeah.
It's a bit slow, I would say.
It is a little slow. And yeah, especially these bigger games, they get slow. The cool thing about it is, oh, Dave's telling me to quit slowing down the umpires. Well, I stopped talking. Dave. But all right. Yeah, it gives you an opportunity to think and reflect, though, which you wouldn't normally have in real life. But that, to me, that's part of the fun. But yeah, it could go a little faster. So I think you're absolutely right about that. But it should be an interesting experience. Man, this is just so fascinating. What a interesting battle it's been. I think you'll be interested to watch the YouTube, the replay, and hear my commentary even before I came here to talk to you. So.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, okay. Hey, I wish you best of luck. And yeah, we'll see how it unfolds, okay?
Yep.
All right. Good luck.
Awesome.
Jan.
Hello.
I want you to know that you are responsible for the entire fate of Europe.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, and in fact, the next 200 to 300 years of history are pretty much on you, bro.
I always wanted to have that opportunity.
Well, the funny thing is, I look outside and like we have flying cars and the air is clean and there's no global warming and it's a paradise out there. There's equality and justice. I don't know what happened, but it's your fault, Jan. You messed it up. You messed it all up. You ruined it. you know, that's one of the cool things, and I'm completely not talking about Kriegsspiel now. They say that. Have you ever watched a movie where somebody travels back in time and they are afraid to do anything because they think if they disturb the timeline even just a little bit, they could totally change the entire course of history? You know? And people don't realize that in the world today, we actually have that power to do it for real. You know, you can make one little tiny change. For example, how you raise your kids. Or how you do your job. You know, do you blow the whistle on something that needs to be reported, or do you let it go? Do you, just little things that people do that think, it's a trivial thing, but in 100 or 200 or 300 years, it could have a massive impact on history, and you just have no clue. You have no clue, you know? The guy who rejected Hitler from art school has no clue. You know, I mean, can you imagine if they'd said, "Okay, yeah, come paint your pictures"? You know, I mean, it would have been a different history. Hopefully, I pray.
I don't know if that's as easy, but yeah, that's certainly a true aspect to it.
Well, I could think back in my life. There are a couple watershed moments where I had key conversations with people who changed the course of my life, and at the time, I thought I was just making a trivial decision. But in reality, it changed everything for me. So, yeah. Anyway, the important thing, like I said, is that we blame you for everything. So
I can live with that.
How's it going? How's the battle going? Let's get back to Kriegsspiel.
Well, so far I haven't seen a lot of the battle, so I'm just sitting here with my lances and see French dragoons running away. And that's basically all I know what's going on.
All right, let's see. Where are those French dragoons at? Did you sent scouts forward, right? You were ordered to scout, so you did so, it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah.
The scouts report that they are Saint Martin Belatrey.
And do they see anything?
No, the scouts see the dragoons at Saint Martin Belatrey.
Okay, but not more than we have seen before.
No.
How disappointing. Okay, I guess I doesn't really a point in running after them. I'm just holding this position for now.
Cavalry is holding position. Okay, is that it?
Oh, that's all.
Jan, you do understand that you're playing Kriegsspiel, right? You're holding position. I mean, you should be just tearing off across the map right now. Unbelievable. I'm so disappointed. You know, it's like you've never played Kriegsspiel before.
Right. I should order my whole cavalry reserve brigade forward and then just
in a long line, in one line.
You know, I think I should just do a flanking march on Paris. How about that?
You know, yeah. I mean, why not? That's that's the typical order. Blazer's here. He knows. He knows.
Yeah.
I came, Blazer, to give Jan a hard time and blame him for the next 3 centuries of history. So,
next 3 centuries? Wow, this was only 200 years ago, so...
Yeah. Well, yeah, all the bad things to come, because, let's face it, folks, if you watch the news, you know it's going to get worse before it gets worse. Oh, anyway.
I've got a minute if you want to have a chat, Marshall, by the way.
Sure, let's pop down to red 13 right below.
Sure.
All right. All right, Blazer, how's it going?
All right. I don't think I've spoken to you since we've had our first combat at Saint Amand open up, have I?
Yeah, and this is really interesting because I predicted... Man, this is the first time I have this weird sensation like I've been correct, which is really alien for me. But I had this read on the situation based on both sides' plans, and I figured it would be a disaster. Now, the Prussians have a problem, and that's a lack of command and control. And part of that, and I really have to be clear here, I've been critical of the Prussian players, but at the same time, they have a lack of human players, which I think is probably 60 to 70% of the problem here. I think if they had a person here at Saint Armand commanding, things would be a little better for them, but they don't.
I think that's... I mean, they do have a player for that.
But he's on the other side of the map.
Well, he's up here.
He's 2 kilometers away.
Yeah. Although I think that's more just because this is a detachment. This is a fairly elite regiment that's just been stationed here.
Well, it's gone. It's evaporating.
Yeah, and the village is on fire as well now.
Yeah.
So, and there's another... These guys are probably going to fall back pretty quickly as well. To the north.
They're relying on that battery, which is a pretty well-placed battery to do a lot of work, but...
The Prussians here?
Yeah.
Especially?
Yeah. They got that horse artillery there. We'll see. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I want to talk to Achilles, too, because I think, man, he needs another division on the left, if that's the Schwerpunkt.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look... The line looks a bit thin. And he's extending the line on the left as well. This brigade... The 2nd Brigade of... I don't know what division that is. The 11th Division's moving out to flank or something.
Yeah, I think the thing is we have the God's eye view, so we see more than what they see, and we know more than what they know.
Yeah.
And also, if your subordinates aren't sending good dispatches up the chain of command, you might as well be blind. Even if you do have a human in that post, if their dispatches are poor or confusing or late, you might as well just not even have a human there. It's a liability, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go talk to Achilles next and see if see what's going on. I can't tip him off, but I do
about the 200,000 Prussians doing a flank march on Paris, as Jan talked about.
Yeah, he has no clue. But yeah, my expectation was that the French are going to come down like a sledgehammer, and it looks like they have. Although the two battalions, I should just call it it's a division, or whatever, not battalions, brigades.
Brigades.
Yeah, the two brigades. So this is what, 10th Division? Yeah, 10th Division. Came down like a sledgehammer, like I expected, but now they look pretty disorganized, you know?
Yeah, and this is just outer Prussian sort of, not really a skirmish line, but it's like, the purpose of this is just to wear them down. The French are looking, you're saying they're looking out now, spent almost, and they're not even at the main Prussian line yet, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's concerning. I expected better from the French, but we'll see. You know, they may be able to reorganize, but that costs time. And this is why you want to have reserves. This is why you want to have more than one division in successive lines making that attack. And why you want cavalry. This is the other thing that surprises me, is he doesn't have cavalry in immediate support of that attack, chasing and pushing these routed units. He's got cavalry.
Although,
on the
to be
B
fair,
sector.
this is a stream, a river through a town, so I don't know how effective cavalry is really going to be with lots of hedgerows and things. So.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I agree.
That's Saint-Amand, and he does have some cavalry in the more open parts of the left. So.
Yeah. I just expected them to be near that, a little closer to the Schwerpunkt. But you are right. The terrain is prohibitive. But then he's got squares there on the left. I don't think he's going to get through that with the cav. What's surprising me right now is the Prussians appear to be advancing in the center, in Sector A. You see that? They were at that crossroad. Yeah, they were at that crossroad behind Bry, and now they've moved up to Wagny or...
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That
I think
is,
it's Wagnell or something.
That is 3rd Brigade's moved forward. And it looks like they have support. So that's a general movement of the whole line that would have had to have been ordered by Blucher. Why? I guess he's going
or
for
maybe
those heights.
It could be the corps commander. Could be Zeisen.
Oh, okay, but
yeah, it's a high level decision at least.
Yeah, that should, something even at that level should come only from Blucher, but
it should come only from Blucher. But I mean,
yeah, it's Kriegsspiel, right? Why is he leaving? Look, he's not even on the high ground now. He's got the column going into the low ground. Oh, man. What's the elevation on this terrain, the elevation difference? Probably not that much.
Not huge. It's Belgium. But, I mean, still, you want high ground where possible. I'm probably going to have to head back to start resolving stuff now, but...
All right, you got it. You got it. Okay, thank you, Blazer. Yeah, okay, so it looks like the Prussians are making what I think is a baffling move. You know, this is where one commander does something that's less than optimal, and then the commander on the other side does the same darn thing. Again, it's an exercise, so it's a learning thing, and over time, your commanders should get better. For example, we just talked to the commander over here, whose plan was no plan at all, which is not a plan. You know, that's not good. He will learn, however, with time, and he'll actually become a very proficient commander. He's not entirely senseless or foolish, but he does have some things that he needs to learn. And that's okay, because we all got stuff to learn, including me. And he does have good command and control of these forces over here. I have been hard on him for what's happened here, but the reality is, like I said, he doesn't have a subordinate there. He doesn't have a person who can respond correctly, which is why also the corps commander here has an issue. But let's take a look at this, though. This departure from what I thought was a prepared defensive position, and look, I'm right. You see these defenses here? Oh, man. They had a concave line where the enemy would come up and be caught and defilade. And he has advanced not to the most advantageous ground, but now he's advancing into the low ground in column against a line that appears to be reasonably well formed in spite of the terrain. I don't know. Yeah, it's recoverable disruption. Okay. And it's 1 level. So that's a pretty well-formed line. Now, will this French line survive this attack? Probably not. But again, if these guys can sort themselves out, if they don't spend all day dealing with this and they get forward and they get in a line, the Prussians could be in some trouble, especially if they punch through. This is where I think Achilles needed 1 more division in good order. He needs cavalry to get up in here too, but I understand Blazer's point. The terrain won't allow it. But he needs then at least another division of infantry, and if he has that, he's going to punch through that crossroads. And once that happens, it's all over. Over here, reserves are going forward, but that's from the rear. That makes sense that a call has gone out. And here on the right, nothing. Nothing. This portion of the force is holding position. And, all right, that's sensible. Now, Achilles does have reserves coming in over here. They're coming forward. I don't know if he's going to commit them or what. And he's got the guard here as well. So these units are on the move. So I think the next thing to do is to ask Achilles, what are you doing? What's the plan? And he'll have a good answer. I know he will. Remember, we see the God's eye view, and there's probably 2 levels of command beneath him. So he could have the most brilliant plan. We talked about how commanders-in-chief have very little control. For example, Blucher, I'm going to ask if Blucher ordered this to move. I'm not going to ask yet because I don't want to break his fog of war. He may or may not know that this has happened. Actually, I should look for his avatar. I think it's here. He might see it. No, that army headquarters. Well, yeah, I don't know. Here he is, right here. But we'll see. Anyway, I'll ask him about this move because this is baffling. They left a good prepared position to come forward. Maybe they're trying to do a spoiling attack. I don't know, but they're trying to be too cute, is my gut feeling. Let's talk to Achilles and see how he's doing. Let's click here so we don't do that annoying thing where he scrolled the tabletop. All right, Mr. Achilles Napoleon, how's it going?
Well, we're live. I shouldn't tell you. If you mute me, on the live stream, you can hear me scream.
Oh boy. Okay. Why are you screaming?
It's kind of typical problems. It's all right. On my left, they should have moved straight ahead and been at Saint Amand in turn 3 at the possible latest.
Yeah.
And yet I heard no sound of engagement from them until like turn 4, and of course I've received no communication from over there until just recently. But that attack should have started earlier. Everything is now in motion. I mean, everything's out of my hands now. Third Corps is attacking in Saint Amand. I got this wonderful dispatch, and this is so IKS right here. I got this wonderful dispatch from my Third Corps commander that said there's 3 battalions in Saint Amand, and he's going to surround the town and try to capture them.
Oh.
Okay. You can even imagine my response to that. Saint Amand is his objective. Just kill them, okay?
Yeah.
Just kill them. We don't need the prisoners. Just wipe them out. I mean, it's the key piece of terrain there. Anyway, over on the right, Fourth Corps should be moving towards their objective, and the entire Second Cavalry Corps is on the move. So soon there's going to be a wonderful punch up somewhere. So, well, should I even tell you where it's going to be? Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It's been the Second Cavalry is going to sweep this plain, the Duché de Brabant, up in towards the direction of Ligny. Fourth Corps infantry, Fourth Corps is going to be following up behind them, close on the tail. Okay.
So your Schwerpunkt is Ligny.
Yes.
Okay.
So Second Corps Cavalry and Fourth Corps are both going to hit that area around Ligny. The Guard is moving over to the right to take over Fourth Corps' positions to defend our right flank. So the overall plan was, of course, Third Corps hits Saint-Amand and takes Saint-Amand. As that fight intensifies at Saint-Amand, that's when the cavalry and Fourth Corps would strike towards Ligny. Okay, so that area between Saint-Amand and Ligny, that's the axis of advance for pretty much the entire army.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Hey, Tunis.
Hey, okay, well, so still much of the same. The cavalry has now ridden out of view. You continue to hear quite the battle going on at Armand. It sounds like that the artillery has sort of subsided just a little bit, but the musketry is still as heavy as ever.
Okay.
And the smoke column from that direction continues to grow. Other than that, nothing to report.
Okay. Limber up all the rest of the Guard artillery that's just sitting in position.
Okay.
Okay. Because once the cavalry and Fourth Corps have passed through that plain, I'm going to send the artillery to support. So
Does that
right
include
now,
Does that include the horse artillery that was previously?
Yeah,
with the
we'll
cavalry? Okay.
send it all. We'll send it all. But just limber them all up for now because obviously everybody's still passing through there, so they won't be able to move anyway. So
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool. They will limber up, and sounds good. I will be back.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, so this solves a mystery for me. This answers some questions I had about what you were doing. Because as it turns out, par for the course, I was wrong. And that's why I had these questions. I'm like, but why? Why this? Why not that? And so on.
So
now
what
I
did
know.
you think? Tell me what you thought was going on.
Well, I'm the commentator here, not you, man.
Oh, I know, but I'm totally curious and fascinated to know what you were thinking was going on.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how to answer that without breaking any kind of fog of war.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't tell me what actually is going on. Just tell me what you thought was going on, or what you thought I was doing.
I thought you were going to defend against the 200,000 Prussians advancing on Paris right now, but apparently you can't see that. Even though
I've abandoned Paris. I've abandoned Paris. I like Brussels better, so I'm just going to go there.
Nicer weather this time of year in the springtime. Countryside.
Antwerp,
beautiful.
by the way, Antwerp is one of my favorite cities. I always enjoyed going to Antwerp. So,
well, there you go. I thought initially that your Schwerpunkt was on the left because that's where the ball started rolling.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, I see this, but why am I not seeing a couple of other things that I would expect to go along with the Schwerpunkt? And I'm like, Achilles is smarter than this. He knows where I went wrong is I should know that I know that you would know, and that if I know that you would know, then I should know that I'm wrong if I'm not seeing what I know you should know and be doing. So, but I didn't know that I was wrong.
I knew that you knew that I knew that you knew, but I didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I expected to see something slightly different from what I did see, And I was like,
Mhm.
man, and I was even talking to Blazer about this. I expect there are two particular things, and I can't tell you what they are, but there are two particular things I expected to see from your attack that I wasn't seeing. And I guess I can say one of them was I expected cavalry to be participating in a certain location and way, and what Blazer correctly pointed out. And it was just one of those, well, duh, when he did. He's like, the terrain, you know? And
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, the terrain prohibits cavalry engagement there. And maybe you figured out what I'm talking about then. Because I really expected cavalry to be right up close to participate, and they're not. And obviously the terrain is the reason. So I understand that better. But I still had a different expectation because I thought the Schwerpunkt was on the left. It's not. It's in the center. Well, the center left, I suppose, or whatever. So we'll see. So what you're doing now makes a little bit of sense. It's interesting to see that I am correct in the main on most other points, particularly my read on the Prussians so far has been quite correct, which you'll see when you watch the live stream. I've given my prediction for the outcome of the battle, which is in no way influenced by my personal opinion of you, which, you know, can't
In
get
other words,
any
you think
lower.
I'm going to lose?
Yeah, can't get any worse, you know.
Well, I will say this: the third corps on the left,
yeah,
I intended for them to be seen from the get go. I wanted when the curtain went up, I expected the Prussians to know they were there.
Yeah,
and then I expected them to march on Saint Amand faster and more aggressively. They were slower than I wanted because that kind of threw off the timing of everything. They should have been at Saint Amand within 2, possibly 3 turns at most, and it seems to have taken them longer to get there, and I don't know the reason. Okay. But the whole cavalry corps, 2nd Cavalry Corps, was placed so that they can't be seen. The enemy won't know where their starting location was. They should not have been able to see them. That's, they're far enough back. They've got a town and woods on both sides of them. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see them. So when they come out there, and you correctly stated this, the terrain dictated this. That area where they're coming through is a big plateau. It's open ground, so that's good ground for cavalry, and their purpose was to sweep that plateau towards Ligny. Now, Ligny itself and that depression down there is poor ground for cavalry.
Right.
So they're not going there. They're going to go basically to the northeast of Ligny. Okay.
Oh, crazy!
But
because they're just going straight west, bro.
But they're in mass, so they should be effective. And I'm hoping to force the Prussian units into squares, because 4th Corps' infantry is going to be right behind them, and so they can. The Prussians want to go into square, then we'll let the 4th Corps infantry destroy them in squares. So you have the cavalry and infantry support. Then the 4th Corps infantry is headed for Ligny. And the idea, of course, was the punch on the left at Saint Amand was, I telegraphed it, hoping to draw some of their reserves in that direction.
Yeah.
For when I strike at Ligny. Apparently, from the reports I have gotten, which have been pretty sparse, but it looks like the Prussians seem to be massing either on flanks. I know that Gerard, my 4th Corps commander, is very concerned about Prussians in the woods to his east, so he's worried about his flanks. So is Grouchy. Grouchy's, in fear of this attack on the right. I told him I mean, the guard was already intended to go to Fourth Corps positions and set up the defense on the right.
Yeah.
And I've sent a large section of the guard artillery to support them as well. And if the guard with their artillery can't hold off a Prussian attack, then we've already lost the war, and we might as well go home.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and they don't have very far to move to get over there. They're pretty close. So all they need to do is get over on that plateau and set themselves up in a defensive position. They can hold anything that comes on the right. Meanwhile, we're going to try to win this battle up here at Saint Amand and Ligny, and if we take both of those, then we should be in the central position, if you will. So that's the idea.
Command and control.
Yes.
Obviously, I mean, that seems to be a consistent issue. Like, the one thing that you can gamble on, that you can bank on, I should say, is command and control in a Kriegsspiel game is always going to be weak at best. How are you grappling with that? You know, you've got Dogpilot on the left, who is supposed to get the ball rolling early. I'm going to talk to him next. I'm going to find out why he got rolling late and what happened with him. Maybe he didn't, but you know, it's clear from speaking to you that he's not performing at the pace you want him to perform at. How do you deal with that as a commander-in-chief? What's the way to do that? Do you ride over and grab him by the nape of the neck and say advance, or do you just send angry dispatches? What do you do?
Riding over is, I think, a pointless exercise. By the time I got over there, you know, it wouldn't make any difference. Sending him a dispatch is also going to be a delayed effect. It's Blazer. Hey, Blazer.
Hey, I've got a free minute if you want to chat a bit.
Well,
okay.
I do want
go
Achilles
ahead.
to answer this question. Blaze, I'm talking to him about issues with command and control. And Blazer, are you seeing command and control issues?
It's kind of hard to tell whether it's command and control or just people not moving, but I think there's probably been some, at least. I don't know how much detail I want to go into to Achilles, but
I should ask you that question in a separate channel.
Yeah.
But real quick,
Okay.
Achilles, finish your thought though. How do you deal with that?
Okay. As I said, going over there is kind of a pointless exercise, and I also don't want to leave the headquarters. I need to be getting the dispatches. Sending him a dispatch. I sent one, but it's kind of kick him in the butt afterwards. So it really doesn't. It's not going to change the situation. The only thing you can really do in this circumstance is to have made your original plan such that such issues minimize themselves. So being in supporting range, this is to me and to my mind the key things. By being able to concentrate, by being within supporting range of each other, by closer distance for units, and then by having clear objectives, even though, for example, Third Corps' attack seems to have been delayed for whatever reason, or at least from my perspective, they were delayed because I wasn't hearing any gunfire, I wasn't hearing anything, and I didn't get a dispatch till later. Despite that, all it did was delay the timing of everything else in the plan, but it's not mission critical, other than, time is essential. It's not mission critical because the other movements were intended to be following on that. So as soon as I heard there's fighting up at Saint Amand, I already sent the word to 2nd Cav and 4th Corps to begin their move. Okay, so that was all I was waiting on was, you hear gunfire, and then those guys were on the move. So that was yes, it delayed the the impact, but the coordination of the impact because of the plan will still follow one right after the other. So the sequence still works. It's just happening an hour later than I anticipated.
Right, makes sense. All right, we got 2 umpires here. Tunis just popped in. I don't want to slow down umpires.
Okay. Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Well, really nothing more to report than you're still hearing the sounds of battle just north of you. The artillery seems to have stopped, but beyond that, yeah, it sounds like that is the only action going on right now. And your artillery commanders report that they have limbered up and are waiting for the orders.
Okay. And I can no longer see second cav. They've gone past the guns.
Yeah, that happened about 40 minutes ago.
Hey, Blazer, I moved you up here to umpire 2. Is that okay? He's muted. You there, Blazer?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Hi.
Yeah, I moved you up so we could talk. Tunis is just giving a basic report.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I guess since I've last talked, the Prussians have been pushed out of Saint-Amand, and they've lost basically that whole regiment for the most part. I don't think they're going to be seeing much action again. The French are advancing to the north of that. Looks like they're going to be actually engaging pretty soon. The Prussian line's looking quite thin around Brie and Wagny. So I don't know how they do have a couple regiments in reserve, and they've got. I don't know what that regiment on the very extreme Prussian right's doing. Villers Perguin.
Right.
They've got a whole cavalry reserve behind them as well. And they've got. They supposedly have quite a substantial reserve, like 2 brigades, I think.
Yeah.
By the army HQ.
It's a formidable force over there, but so far they're just sitting.
Yeah.
I was talking about command and control because I was talking to the Prussian corps commander on the Prussian right. And then I was talking to Achilles, and both seem to be having some issues with command and control. And it's just a typical Kriegsspiel thing because your players are not like their professional army people. They're playing a game, and they might be familiar with best practices. So look here. By the way, as we speak, the Prussian right is moving, but it's moving to the rear.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Are they going to Quatre Bras, or I don't know. What are they trying to do?
I don't know either. But there is an order now. They're in columns, so they are on the move.
Yeah, we do have just in case if the French start winning too easily and we still want to play longer. I do have a British division that I can say came to reinforce from Quatre Bras just to make things interesting. But I don't know if we'll need to do that.
I don't think so myself. Just looking at it, I think you're going to have a pretty good fight.
Yeah.
When the short part lands, it should land shortly.
Yeah. It looks like the French cavalry, the entire cavalry corps is doing pretty well moving. I don't know where they're going to attack though. Are they trying to...
According to Achilles, the Schwerpunkt is between Ligny and Saint Amand or whatever there.
Yeah, but the cavalry's going way over the right. I mean, they can't really. There's nowhere they can really charge because the Prussians they're on streams and they're in towns and things. So I don't know.
Yeah, the French cavalry is to sweep the plain, which it looks like they've done for the most part. What baffles me is that Blucher has abandoned his center to push forward. I guess they are kind of setting up on the high ground. They do have some units on the lower ground. It's going to be a hell of a fight there on the left, but that Schwerpunkt is coming in around Ligny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Although I heard that Blucher's just ordered this cavalry here around Ligny to fall back. So I don't know what's up with that. I'll need to head back and start resolving stuff now, though. So See ya.
Okay,
Bye.
good luck. Good luck. All right, let's find out why the French attack here of the. Let's zoom in here. Why the French attack of the 8th Division was a little slow. Now, he is in the thick of it, but if we're on umpire time now, meaning the umpires are doing their work and he doesn't have to give any orders, we can pop in. So it's fine here. It's Dog Pilot is the player. Those are all umpires. Here it is, blue 3. All right. Hello.
What? Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Good, good. Well, it's Marshall, and we are live on the YouTube. I thought I would pop in here and say hello, see how things are going, and talk about your orders and your moves over here. I see... well, I'm not going to talk too much about what I see, but I do see Saint Armand on fire. What can you tell me? How's it going overall? What's your feeling overall?
My current feeling is that we are advancing a bit too fast.
Mm-hmm.
We have reached most of our objectives to our knowledge, and to what my commander has been telling me, he doesn't believe that the other command has taken all their objectives yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is worrying, of course.
What were your orders for today? What were your orders?
My initial orders were to take Saint Amand and advance on to Ligny. They changed because turns out the Prussians were on the hills north of here, and I've kind of formed up against them. Which in this sort of town here, or village, I think.
Who changed the orders? Did Napoleon change your orders, or did you change the orders?
Madame changed the orders. Commander of Third Corps.
Oh, okay. So your corps commander changed them.
Yeah, he told us.
What time did you begin your attack? Did you begin on time, or was it late?
I think it began on roughly on time.
Roughly on time.
Yeah, at 1600 it began, so that's roughly on when we wanted it to start. There was no timetable for it or anything, but that it meant that we could roughly in coordination attack the town.
Mm-hmm.
Which led to a very successful attack.
Mm. There you go. Well, yeah, I mean, you completely overwhelmed Saint Amand. They really had no chance against your units. You have... let me see if this is you. If this is...
I am 8th Division.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I see now. Okay. So there you are. So what's your plan from here? Are you going to continue attacking? Are you going to hold? What are your... what's your plan?
Prussia's north of me. I was thinking of just sitting here and holding for a while until what is it? 10th Division, I believe, is behind me.
Okay.
10th Division shows up. I kind of wish the Prussians would attack me, quite honestly here. Because I have such a nice position.
Yeah.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Some farmhouses, some regular houses, a pretty nice cannon slope. Some infantry on the reverse slope as well, and a ton of new reinforcements coming, but they're not gonna attack me here, so I'm just waiting.
Why don't you attack?
I am outnumbered here, and I will not attack outnumbered up a hill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I am not Van Damme, as some might say.
Mm-hmm. All right, no, that's good calculus. So, okay, well, there we have it. I wish you good luck as the day unfolds. Congratulations on taking Saint Armand, and we will see how this works out for everyone. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck to me. I'll go get some more wine if you can let me go.
You go for it. All right, catch you soon. All right, Zindos. Oh, Zindos is gone. Where did he go? Oh, he's up one channel up. Good to see you, Pachucks, again.
Hello.
How you doing?
Fine.
Where
Just,
where are you at on the field? What's your command? 12th Division?
Yes, I'm the 12th Division.
And let's see, are you in the center? You're not on the left, I don't think.
I'm near Ligny.
Ah, okay. Oh, I see you. Okay, now what are your orders?
Hold on. Let me edit my. Okay. So my forces are like going down that ridge. So I would like for my forces to form a line, basically a line.
Mm.
At most, I think at most I can fit like 2 battalions in there. So I guess 2 lines in front, then another 2 lines, like 4 rows, 2 lines basically.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, and
you're gonna push up into Ligny?
Yeah, push up to Ligny, but not like going to charge into bayonet, like not like that, but like line battle.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, I'm not your umpire. I'm just a commentator, so I'm just asking questions. But your umpire will be along to get your orders. I do see your column is quite substantial, and I do see that you're moving up. Looking at the umpire map here. And this is going to be your first action, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, kind of nervous because I'm like, I don't know if I will just go in a full route basically.
Well, all you can do is do your part in the plan. You have a plan, you have orders, carry those out as best you can, and we'll see what happens. So good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Zindos! Oh man, he's not even here. Or he's...
I'm here.
Oh, damn it. Alright.
Hey.
Dang it, I'm sorry everyone. Zindos is here.
Zindos is here. Oh no.
How's it going? Where are you at on the map right now? Let me find your avatar. Where are you at?
I'm at the city of Ligny. It's on the right flank of the French army.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with the boys, the guard.
Oh, you're with the guard. Okay. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Napoleon decided to instruct me to hold the right flank while a bunch of enemy cavalry is massing in Botte. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hold, because I think they're going to bring up infantry, and if they do, that's not good. But we have the best units of the entire French army here, so I mean, you got to be a bit confident, I guess.
Yeah, you've got the guard, you've got artillery. I mean, I don't want to say too much anything, but yeah, like you say, if you've got the best units on the map, you should be just fine.
I mean, most of the Prussian army.
Yeah. Well, if you have, what position are you planning to take? What's the terrain like?
We've got a bunch of forests outside of the city, so we're pretty much going to defend the forests and the cities themselves. It's pretty much a plateau of some sorts. So that's what we're going to try to defend here. And our artillery is going to be pretty much ready to just blast them if they get any sort of breakthrough.
Yeah.
However, there is the possibility that they turn around and go attack 4th Corps instead, which would have me disobey orders from Napoleon and having to go counterattack them, because I simply cannot let them disrupt the advance of 4th Corps. As I told Jen, 4th Corps' advance is what could decide the fate of the Prussian army here. Because if they manage to overrun Ligny, we can then just go from behind and cut off the retreat from Saint-Amand. And I think that's the objective, since 3rd Corps basically just blundered face first into Saint-Amand and failed to actually attack properly, according to Achilles, who has been having a lot of fun raging.
Well, it wouldn't
perfect
be
guy for Napoleon.
It wouldn't be Kriegsspiel if it wasn't a mess. But You talk about disobeying orders from Napoleon, who is Achilles. Why would you do that? And you explain that.
Yeah. Okay.
What makes
So
you think that's a good choice?
okay, now I'm not necessarily saying that it's a good choice, but I can't let them disrupt Fourth Corps' advance. Uh, and yeah, yes, I know that I should be holding them off, as he told me, but they don't come to me and they instead just go try to pin Fourth Corps down. I can't let that happen. That's just gonna destroy any attack we planned on Ligny, and we're going to be pinned down, and that's not what we want to happen. So if we want any chance at winning, I have to disobey his orders from staying put and holding the plateau to go respond to this movement. This is only if they go intercept Fourth Corps. But as a whole, I'm content to sit here until I have more information, really.
Okay, so you've already told me that you don't have orders to do it. You've told me that it's probably not a good idea, but you have to do it. Why? Yeah, I don't know, Zindos. I don't know. By your own admission, you shouldn't be doing it, but you're like, I'm going to do it anyway.
No. You don't understand, because if they pin down Fourth Corps, the game's over.
Don't.
The game is over if they pin down Fourth Corps. I can't let them do that.
Is your job to escort Fourth Corps? Is that your mission?
No, I'm just basically.
Does someone else have that mission?
Oh, Marshall, the questions you ask, the questions you ask.
I mean, if somebody else has that mission, why would you try doing it?
No, they're not escorting them necessarily, but they are currently charging down the setter. It's Crazy Man Carter.
Okay.
Well,
what?
I mean, he's not covering his right flank though. So if they go intercept him, I have to do it.
Why not discuss this with Achilles, Napoleon before doing it?
Okay. See, this is. I went over to his HQ and he just started yelling at me. Why are you here? Why are you here? Why aren't you back at your with Fourth Corps? Why aren't you getting the guard into position? I mean, I don't want to face that again. I'm scared of him.
Okay. So you're scared of him, so you're going to disobey orders and do something you know you're not supposed to do when somebody else might have the mission. The mission might not be necessary.
No, they don't have the mission to do it.
Zindos, bro, you should have just stayed in bed.
Oh my god. Why are you doing this to me?
I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking questions here. Oh, Lord.
Well, were you supposed to ask questions?
That's my job. I'm the commentator today, so that's why I'm here. But yeah, let's see what happens. You know, let's see what happens. It's good to.
You scare me.
Well, no,
you
I'm just.
Scare me.
These
I
are just.
swear.
These are just questions.
No,
the
way
are just questions for your court martial. You know.
What'd you say?
It's just questions for your court martial.
I can't handle it for Waterloo either. If this happens while I'm Grushi for the game, which I happen to be, I'm going to just. No, I can't handle that, man. I'm not going to be court-martialed. I'm going to end up just going off to the Austrians and surrendering instead of just doing that.
Oh, yeah, well, you'll be their MVP. So they'll treat you nicely. So we'll see. All right, Zindos.
I'm joking around, of course.
I know. Yeah, okay. Well, it's just interesting to hear your calculus on it, you know. Obviously, you know what the master plan is, and you're concerned with the master plan. I would only ask you this: is it your job to be concerned with every aspect of the master plan, or your
not every
of the plan? See, you've been assigned a portion. That's your job. You got to do your job, and that means you don't do someone else's job. You do your job, right? So that way, when the blame comes down, it doesn't fall on you. You know, because if you do someone else's job, then win, lose, or draw, that blame could come down on you. And, you know, yeah, you might get a medal, but more often than not, these things end badly. That's been my experience. Oh, someone's at my door. I guess they're going to have to wait for a long time because this battle's not over. But there you have it. There you have it. So that's just my calculus.
No, I get you. I mean, but if they get pinned down and they tell me that they need assistance,
well,
you have
you have a
position.
chain. You have a chain of command, right, Zindos?
Yeah, but I'm basically in charge of the right wing, so anything with Fourth Corps, the Guard, is basically my jurisdiction. So
okay, all right. Well, look, if you and Napoleon have an understanding, then that's what matters. But if in the absence of that understanding, or if that understanding is ambiguous in any way, or if there's any doubt in your mind, now's a good time to clarify. I would say that. No time like the present. But yeah, let's see what happens.
I mean, the only thing I'm not sure to do is if I should go see him in person or send him a dispatch. Because if I think that I can't go see him in person because there's the possibility always that the Prussians could just come out of those woods to our east and then just begin an attack. Which is why I think I'm probably going to send him a dispatch and get him well versed on the situation here.
Well, again, I'll say this, Zindos. You have an assignment. Your assignment is clear. Do your assignment. That's it. And if
Marshall.
your assignment is stay with your unit and hold a position, that's what you do. And stay means you don't go. It means you stay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If the opportunity to destroy the entire enemy army was in front of you, would you take it?
I would assume that I am wrong, and I would not take it. I would assume that my perception of the opportunity is wrong because I only see a slice of the battle, not the whole battle. Now, you
should get unluckiest player.
Right? I would communicate with my commander-in-chief and say, I see an opportunity, may I take it? But otherwise, I would not dare presume, as I say to people all the time, if you are a corps commander, be a corps commander, do corps commander things. If you're a division commander, be a division commander, do division commander things. If you want to be a brigade commander, because we often get division and corps commanders who want to be brigade commanders and micromanage brigades. Don't be a corps commander, be a brigade commander. But you have a job, you got to do your job, and that means you stay on your task. If you're waiting tables in a restaurant, you don't go to the kitchen and start cooking food. There's a reason why you don't do that. You
the problem with that metaphor... sorry, go ahead. You can continue.
No, go ahead. What's the problem with the metaphor? Which is
the problem with the metaphor is this is war. If an enemy is about to destroy what's exactly to my left, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the guy who founded the IKS, so I can't tell you.
Well, in the absence of knowing, if your statement is I don't know, sometimes doing nothing is better than to do something when you don't know and you make a disaster worse. Because your commander knows, he may not know what's going on, but he knows where you're at. So he has some knowledge. If you move and change that calculus, he now no longer knows. He thinks he knows because you're supposed to be there, but now you're no longer there. Now he thinks he knows, but he doesn't really know, and that compounds the disaster. So
that's true.
That's my analysis of it, and that's something I've learned from experience. So I'm sharing it for the edification of all. I get it, I mean, why wouldn't you make an attack against the enemy that could completely destroy them? But chances are, I mean, how often has that happened in history where a little subordinate is like, oh, here's an opportunity. I'm going to pull this one little thread and the whole fabric's going to come unraveled. Doesn't usually happen. More often, the disaster unfolds. It's like sickles at Gettysburg,
It's like Grouchy at Waterloo.
Yeah, well, there you go. Blaze is here. Hello, Blaze.
Hey, how's it going? I probably can't stay that long, but
yeah, I'm just grilling Zindos here. Just grilling the poor guy.
He's Grushy, right?
Yeah.
Where's Grushy? Where are you?
He's in the center rear near one fair sea or whatever, with the guard.
No, but
yeah,
guard.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, with the guard. So.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
So.
I'm just gonna type my dispatch to Achilles and hope I don't get yelled at across the field.
Well,
all right.
I wish you good luck, Zindos, and
well, luck hasn't always served me.
Well, but you know that's part of it. You never win all of the time, right? If you've ever been to Vegas, it's made to lose, right? But what you
the house
do is
always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins, but you still try to maximize your odds and make the right decisions. And that's how you win a Kriegsspiel. You don't win a Kriegsspiel by winning the battle. You win the Kriegsspiel by making the right choices that no matter what luck gets dished out to you. So that's how you do it.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
You're right.
Blazer, let's check out Blue 5 real quick, you and I.
Sure.
There you go. I was about to move you myself, but you made it. Yeah, this is really interesting to see the calculus, what's going through people's heads. It looks like the Prussians are moving like a lot of stuff around.
Yeah, they're pulling back basically what looks to be their entire right wing. Seems to be sort of... They've ordered the 2nd Brigade to fall back on Brie, which is over... It's not their. The 4th Brigade is technically further right, and they've got some cavalry and things, but they're. So I don't know. Falling back to Brie seems strange, but I don't know. Quite interesting. It feels like a large battle with lots of reserves and things moving around, at least from an umpire perspective.
Yeah, it looks like, I don't know what unit this is here in the center approaching the crossroads. Let me zoom in. It looks like, it's probably a whole corps. It's the
10th Brigade? Yeah.
The 10th Brigade, then that's certainly not a corps, but the 10th Brigade is moving left. Away from what Achilles has indicated as his Schwerpunkt, which means Achilles' plan to feint left is working. But yeah, they are bringing in their reserves from the Prussian right. Are coming towards the center, I imagine.
Yeah, although they're also pulling back the 1st Brigade from the right, the Prussian right. So they might be sort of changing the guard, I suppose. I don't know, but though they've not been engaged, so I don't know.
Interesting to see what they do here, and to see how the French attack comes in. He's got a whole. He's got what the fourth Corps is going in.
They are they're the ones. Yeah, they're basically about to be committed.
Yeah, they're the Schwerpunkt. So Ligny looks like it's wide open. It's on fire, but
yeah, they're apparently trying to. The Prussians started the fire as they fell back to set up a smoke screen. Apparently.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
I suppose that'll delay the French a bit, just because they need to presumably put it out or get through it. But.
Yeah. So this is taking place in June. It's a week or two, scenario-wise, prior to the summer solstice, which means this is a long day, meaning sunset is at, 10 p.m. or so?
9:30, 10-ish.
Yeah, 9.
So I don't think we'll play to sunset. I think we'll probably have some sort of decision before then, I would guess.
Do you think the Prussians are trying to play the clock, though?
It's possible. I think, from what I heard from Cookie, his general plan was to let the French come over the stream, delaying them as much as possible, then counterattack and sort of crush them against the Ligny Brook.
Yeah.
Which isn't a bad plan overall. But we'll see.
My concern is whether or not the players have the finesse to pull it off. And
right now in the center, it kind of looks around Brie. It looks as though the Prussians are mostly doing the one long line thing,
Oh, yeah,
so,
the classic IKS thing. I think Sun Tzu was the one who said, don't keep any reserves, deploy everything into one long line, and even though you
Yeah.
lose, history will remember you as having the longer line at the battle. Yeah, I think that was Sun Tzu, but anyway, I don't remember the original Chinese, but
Might have been Clausewitz, I don't know.
yeah, and I might have mistranslated that, but anyway, yeah, that's crazy, man. But yeah, I mean, we'll see though, because the French have to actually get up in there. They have to connect and punch through, and that also remains to be seen.
I don't know if they're planning to actually engage with the 8th Division on the left and the 11th. Right now, while the Prussians are redeploying, if they attacked with 11th Division, it would be, but...
Well, from my interview with that commander, I think that's Dog Pilot. Is he the corps commander or the? I don't know. I don't think the French left has orders to attack any further. I think you see how he set up defensively on that high ground. I think he's very happy and comfortable there. I don't think he's going to attack, even though he has a target of opportunity on his left, which is the Prussian columns in motion. Also, I talked to Zindos about this, and Zindos was like, but what if, if I have an opportunity, do I make the attack or do I stick to my orders?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need to go resolve something now, but finish it for the stream, I suppose, but I need to go right now. But,
all right, good luck.
Sorry.
Good luck.
See you. Bye.
All right, you got it. Okay, so let's go talk to Achilles again, and hey, Achilles.
Hey, hold on a sec. There we go. I had to get my headphones. You, sir?
All right. I had a very entertaining conversation with Zindos about 15 minutes ago.
I imagine you do. All conversations with Zindos are entertaining.
Yeah. You're going to have to listen to that one after the battle for sure.
I'm sure.
I mean, the poor guy. I just tore him a new one in a nice way. But oh man, I can't say anything else.
Okay.
But I do think that you would find the conversation to be rather amusing.
I imagine I will.
You'll be like, oh yeah. You'll laugh the whole time. Or cry. I don't know. Laugh or cry, I don't know.
A little bit of both, I'm sure.
I see.
So have we won the battle yet? Did we win? No?
If by win, you have to take the ground that is south of Ligny, about 10 miles south of Ligny, then yeah, you're winning. Because your troops are all running that way as fast as they can, without muskets. So if that's victory, man, you're doing great.
My plan was simply to occupy this little piece of Belgium and claim victory.
Right.
That's it. Yeah, that's all I want.
Yeah, I'm going to claim this little farmhouse, this little spider hole, 10 miles south of this position. And as long as they don't find me, it's victory.
I claim Fleurou or whatever it is, which I'm going to immediately rename. That's it. That's my piece of Belgium. Thank you. I win.
The Empire of Napoleon.
That's right.
Yeah, it looks like your cavalry is, they're doing their cav things. And, for the most part, I'm seeing things unfold the way you've described or intended, but we'll see. Because, again, that main blow has not yet landed. And my reports, my last dispatches suggest that, yes, while it took probably an hour or so longer than I had hoped, they are doing essentially what they were supposed to do. They're just delayed. Mm-hmm. And the problem is the enemy gets a say, right? So the enemy gets a say, and they may not cooperate with the master plan, but we'll see what happens. I can't indicate whether or not they are. The enemy could also be hosing themselves. I
He
actually
could be.
don't know what's going through their head. I have to go talk to Cookie next. And
Well, that's the nature of things, and one of the things that commanders tend to forget is that you see all the problems on your side. What you don't see is that most of the same problems are happening on the other side, and sometimes worse.
Yeah.
You know, and we tend to think that the enemy's doing everything perfectly while we're just like screwing ourselves over here, doing dumb things. But in reality, it's happening on both sides of the line. It's just,
Yeah,
and that,
you could be
yeah.
overly pessimistic.
Oh, it's easy to do, and I have some. There are some commanders, as some people who I have voluminous notes on, who are more than prone to that. That they tend to counsel themselves out of their own plan. Yeah, they listen to the counsel of their own fears more than they should, and that's an unfortunate habit. I mean, at some point you have to commit yourself, regardless, and that's you just have to do it one way or the other. As a close close combat instructor used to say, you get into a fight, you have to commit yourself to one of two things: either running away or fighting. Whichever one you decide to do, you commit yourself 100% to, and you need to win. Okay, so if you're going to run, scream like a little girl, throw a chair, and run out or jump out the window or something. Do whatever you have to do, okay, to get out of there. Okay, or if you're going to fight, use whatever's there, do whatever you have to. There are no rules. There's only one rule: don't die.
Yeah, don't.
And that's ultimately, you reach a point where you have to make that choice. It's either fight or flight, and you do one or the other. So you have to commit yourself. Otherwise, yeah, I think things are relatively going according to plan. We'll see what happens at Ligny, because I think that's going to be the key, and hopefully Carter's cavalry are doing that cavalry thing and just running wild. I mean, it's all out of my hands now. I don't have anything to influence the battle anymore. I mean, so I can't. I have nothing left to send in, and any dispatch I would send wouldn't arrive until long after the event. So
yeah.
I'm just receiving reports at this point, and we'll see what happens. I think the starting positions. I think the enemy actually started out further back than the scouting and intel gave me originally, and I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense to me, because you have these plateaus that overlook both towns, and also Wagny or whatever it is. Those would have been good locations to start out, instead of starting out down in that valley. Maybe you have something down in the town, but most of your force up on the plateau above it. That makes perfect sense to me. But right now, it's all down to the initiative of the commanders in the situation. They need to act together, and this is what I was talking about before. The planning at the origin, because of the concentration of the force in that area, whatever reaction the enemy makes, I've got so much firepower there. I've got so much of my force there that we can respond to whatever action the enemy takes, and we can respond quickly, because if he's spread out along a defensive line covering, let's say, 75% of the line, he can't get anybody from that far end to where the fight is before this battle's long over. Whereas my guys are all relatively close to each other. And they need to coordinate their response at the moment, and take advantage of whatever it is that's in front of them. But they're concentrated so that they can respond in any direction, and that's the key. That's what the idea is. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, I think that's a pretty good recipe. It's almost as good as my recipe for victory.
Do
Which
the
is-
opposite of what you think.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah. I basically ask myself, what's going on here? What should I do? I answer those questions, and then I do exactly the opposite. And I found that my win-loss ratio went from 40-60 to 60-40. So
there you go.
There you go. It's very simple, folks. Very simple.
Let the dogs tell you what to do.
Yeah, but the dogs, I asked Demeter when I play against Demeter, she's not that smart. I still beat her 2 games out of 3. So, yeah, she's not that
Maybe
smart.
you should create like 2 little cards. One that says yes and one that says no. Put a dog biscuit on both of them and see which one they go for first.
Yeah, well, Zephyr would eat both dog biscuits.
Yes, but they can only do it one at a time.
Argos would be stealing my lunch. That boy can reach all the way up to the counter and it's gone.
Oh,
it's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Demeter, she's just a little old lady, but anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, man.
All right, you got it. I'm going to go talk to some other players and get their perception on what's happening. And this is going to be a really cool live stream to rewatch. Definitely going to be worth everyone's time.
I hope so. I'm hoping amongst anything else, I'm hoping that we are providing true entertainment here. I hope there's a good fight. Nobody's like, oh, I spent the entire day doing absolutely nothing. Everybody should be engaged, and we've got some good entertainment and everybody has a good time. That's what I'm hoping for.
Right.
That and testing out a theory.
Yeah,
those are the only 2 things I was looking for.
You're all winners just for showing up, just for being
there you
here
go.
Today. You are all winners.
Awesome.
All right, man. We'll catch you in a few.
All right. Thanks.
Hello, everyone.
Incorrect.
Go ahead.
Just a short. Just give me 1 minute. You are at Velde Maison and you are blocking any enemy attack towards the north, which we suspect they will do, and we have our own cav reserve coming up, I believe, from Pilhia in order to check them.
Yeah.
When and if they charge.
Yeah.
Hello, Marshall.
Hello, Cookie. How's it going?
A lot of riding around, a lot of feeling not knowing what's going on, slightly frustrated.
Are you
The
not
usual.
getting reports?
Oh, I'm getting reports, but that's not the same thing as knowing what's going on.
Yeah. I see your commander avatar here. All right, now I see where you are on the battlefield. You prepared some defenses early on, and then I see some movement around there. Are you aware of some of these movements, or do you know what your army's doing? Have you ordered some of these movements, or are you? I can't say anything.
I know you can't say anything. I'm just saying because I didn't. Neither my core commanders, not me, ordered some of the movements that have happened.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Marshall.
Hey, Peter. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, if you're here to give a report, I don't want to slow down the progress.
No, it's not a report. It's just confirming with Cookie. Was you going to stay with Persh? Because Persh is staying where he is. He's not moving to look at this cavalry. He doesn't want to do what was that guy's name from Game of Thrones? Jon Snow. He didn't want to do that Jon Snow thing to look at the cavalry coming towards him. But
Yeah, I did want to stay with.
I've got a well-preserved sense of self-preservation.
okay.
Peter,
But you're not going to do a
just
Jon
waiting
Snow
for-
then.
Liam already came in and gave a report, though I did not get the screenshot yet. And
Okay.
I will move towards Tillman's position next turn.
Okay, very good. back over to you, Marshall.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, how would you rate your command and control at this time? What do you think is happening? Hang on, Liam's here.
Yes. Okay. Butter, what are your orders?
My order is I must talk to Blücher. Blücher, have you tips for me?
Yeah, if it's only cavalry, have your man prepared to go into squares if needed, though they seem to be still quite far, and have your cannons open up fire when the enemy comes into range. Also, now that I see it, whose artillery battery is that next in west of Umbre? I think it's pretty unprotected and needs to be taken back a bit.
West of Ombre.
Yeah, this artillery is mine.
Okay.
I think I could stand artillery in front of the enemy and shoot them when they is in range. Or is this wrong?
You do not want artillery unsupported by other arms. Otherwise, cavalry is just going to overrun it, and even infantry can do that.
Okay.
So I recommend you bring it back to your remaining force and keep it with it, because that is where your main defenses are, and you do not want to lose your battery before that.
Oh, the one west of Ombre? That's not his.
Oh, that's not his? Whose is that?
No, that is another command. I don't know who. That is a third corps battery.
And what is my? In the
As I see it,
yeah.
there are no orders I need to move now, but we umpires need to step it up. So thank you all. Goodbye.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless there are any last minute things anyone would like to say.
Yeah,
I already gave my orders to Peter.
I would like to explain a couple of posts in the text channel.
If it's in your text channel,
yeah, Red 6 Corps. If you look, that there are 3 infantry units in Botte. I want that.
Yep.
I'm sending an order to them to burn the village, and withdraw northeast to Coroy-le-Château. I know there's going to be a delay in them getting that, so I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen to them, but that's the order I would like them to have.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Cookie, just to confirm, you're going to Tillerman's, is that?
I'm going to
right?
in the center at the probably usual position.
Okay. Ligny.
Not Wagner, Ancien north of Sombre.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah.
But again, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we're here.
Can you describe your disposition to me, because I'm not sure I've got it up to date on my copy of TTS.
Where I'm at, okay, I say it.
Where is your
infantry?
Yeah, your 1st Battalion, 9th Infantry.
My infantry is
your 2nd Battalion, 9th Infantry, and your 9th Infantry Fusilier. Are they in Humray?
I think the screenshot is good enough to tell.
Yeah, I make a screenshot and send you.
Okay, can you put it in the text channel?
You don't. No. Do not put it in the text channel. You do not have a common text channel that you can use. Do not do that.
Okay.
Do not break fog of war.
Where I send it? I don't understand.
How can he send it to me?
As a personal message, so I'm not sure about how the empires would want it. In theory, the empire should give you the screenshot. The same screenshot that he's giving to Batagamer.
Yes. Okay. But then Buttergamer can still describe to me where his units are.
Okay.
Because we're co-located.
You are by Umre?
No, I am in near the little lake called Brabant. The little, I don't know what it is. It looks like a lake.
What? We are all four next to Maison Ville.
Oh, Vieille Maison. Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not quite where I wanted to be, but never mind.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So tell me, what have you got on the ridge to our left?
What?
What units?
Don't use left or right. I recommend you use west and east because right and left is very confusing often enough.
That's very true. Hang on, wait a minute. Something else is happening.
Okay, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, Peter.
Oh, hello. Look, yeah, Cookie, you ready to be put in a jiffy bag and sent to them? Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to move.
Okay, go for it.
Right. Try again.
I say where my infantry is.
Yes.
Okay. By Umre, you see the black point, look like a rock or a hill.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
By Courier, is that right?
Yeah. Left and right are two infantry, and the infantry look to Bouteille, and in the right of the rock you see the wood that are
there by some corps, by some brigades, which I don't know what they are up to at that position. I'm trying to describe it in a bit. It's basically southwest of Hamri.
All right, I'm going to bounce out of there. I want to talk to Cookie, but he's got his hands are quite full, as you can tell. They're trying to see through the fog of war. And I think one of the problems is kind of obvious looking at their position here is they don't really have their eyes on the enemy. They clearly must have reports of this very large cavalry formation over here, which is absolutely massive. And that has their attention in that direction, but they don't know what's going on. So there is some sort of problem with communication going up the chain of command for the Prussians. I have to ask if Cookie even knows what's happening. You know, hey Blazer, you're here.
Hey, on that sort of note, as you were saying, I was briefly with Achilles, and he was saying that he thinks there should be fighting along the whole line when there's some artillery and some skirmishing and things, but really there's not really any fighting. If you look, like both sides are just sort of staring each other down, and neither side's going to attack first. You know.
Well, I mean, Achilles has the onus of attack, and the plan, as I understand it, is he is attacking. But if these guys walk up to sight of the enemy and then halt and spend all their time shaking out their line or just staring at each other, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Then it kind of defaults to a Prussian victory, you know? Mm-hmm. So the French do have to get rolling. But their attack, as I understand, is supposed to be the 4th Corps. And it looks like the 4th Corps is moving up, but yeah, they've got to make it happen. It seems to me like neither commander, and I can't really say for Achilles, I don't know where his position is on the map, but definitely the Prussian commander, Napoleon mentioned this, that a commander who cannot see the army with his own eyes, cannot command an army as it should be commanded. That's definitely the case here for the Prussians. I'm not sure what it's like for the French here, but let me see where Achilles is.
I don't think Achilles has left his HQ at Fleurus way behind the line the whole game.
Yeah, there he is. I see him.
I don't think he's left there the whole game, so...
Well, the reason he's there is he wants to receive dispatches, and he feels that...
they'll get lost.
Well, he also feels that, at this point, the plan is on inertia, and he's trusting his subordinates to execute, which should be a relatively simple plan. But the problem that I see in interviewing these players is they complicate the simple for themselves. And I also talked to Achilles a little bit about that. But this is a thing where the fog of war messes with your head, and after a while, you're like, you have this tendency to think, my superior had a plan based on a vision, and now that I'm here in front and I see my little slice of the battlefield and it doesn't look the way I expected, therefore it probably doesn't look the way that the commander-in-chief expects, and I have to do something now. So a lot of times that do something is halt, send a dispatch, wait for an order. And the commanders just start second-guessing themselves, and things just kind of grind down. Or you get commanders doing things that are outside the plan. They're like, well, I'm going to go a little over here to the right or the left or whatever, because they have that uncertainty. It isn't unfolding the way the movie in their head said it would. And dealing with that is, I think, a quintessential Kriegsspiel problem. Do you trust the plan? Or do you say, wait a minute, maybe my boss doesn't know what he's talking about because he's not here on the ground. And if the boss isn't forward or in a position where he can say, no, follow the plan, well, then you get what we have here. It does look like the French are deploying to engage along the line.
Yeah, I think they're going to engage around Ligny itself.
Yeah.
It's just, we're like we started it just after 2, and it's now after 6, so it's been 4 hours. After the battle started, and they're still yet to properly engage. They don't have all day.
And this was a set piece battle, and your turn intervals are 15 minutes, right?
20 minutes.
Okay, so it's a 20-minute interval. Yeah. So, well. So they're basically getting 20 minutes of movement per turn. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think you'll have to kind of abstract or forecast the end of the battle then. How much more real time do you think we're going to commit to this? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe 2 hours. We'll see. Well, I mean...
Yeah.
So if the French engage, the Prussians really only have one line with a couple brigades in reserve, so it might be that the French engage, rout the Prussians, and that's basically the game done. But
yeah. So what is? By the way, I don't want to spoil too much Fog of War because people are going to watch this and they're going to play in Grand Waterloo. Is there anything you can tell me about the outcome of this battle and a bearing it will have on Waterloo? Do the players know?
It won't have any bearing whatsoever. I can say that.
Oh, okay. So this
it's just
does
a test.
not
It's
impact.
purely a test.
Oh, I thought this had pretty serious implications.
No, it's not a campaign. It's purely a test battle.
Okay, then I'd have to completely ask a whole different question related, though, because when I started the live stream, I thought that we were doing a couple of prelude battles. And the purpose
No, I mean, it's a prelude in the sense that it's working out the general systems we're going to use, but...
So, are you familiar with, and you may very well be, what I talk about turning a scenario 90 degrees?
Yeah.
So, we don't want to, or I don't want to, when I run games personally, I prefer not to run exactly the historical scenario because then players tend to parrot history. So I do what I call where you turn something 90 degrees, like you turn the map 90 degrees and make players come in different locations so that they have to think for themselves and solve their own problems rather than just repeat what happened historically. Because, if you throw down Waterloo, they're going to say, well, go for the fortified farmsteads, put the Grand Battery here. Oh, and watch the right or the left or whatever because the Prussians are coming. And they're going to do that. What's your defense against that? What are you doing?
I don't know. Well, I think all the sides more or less know this.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially the French have quite a lot of freedom to... they can either they can divide their army however they like between Waterloo itself or the general sort of that road to Brussels. They can go up to via Hal, which is on like the west, which is another road they could have taken to Brussels that the British actually sent, I think, about 15,000 to historically, but the French never did anything with. Or they can even send, if they want to, they can send most of their army after Wavre, and then we could have a situation where the Prussians need to hold out long enough for the British to reinforce at Wavre, which could be interesting. That's sort of the main way we're doing it. It's also possible that that the French do exactly what was done historically, but I hope they don't. Although they're resolving some stuff, so I need to go now. But you can talk to the live stream, I suppose.
All right. Good luck. Thank you, Blazer. All right. Yeah, turning this scenario 90 degrees is important, but Blazer knows what he's doing. We'll see what happens. It doesn't take too many variables, though, for the players to go off script. They will. So, yeah, all we can do is see what happens. But, yeah, I tend to not even leave it to chance. Let's take a look at the YouTube. We had a couple comments here that have been here for a while. I have been so busy chattering, I haven't had a chance to really address them. But Captain Nolan asks, is this map encounter set available somewhere? And the answer is yes. It's if you're in the International Kriegsspiel Society Discord, I believe the link to this is posted in the general chat. And you can, you get it from us. It is on the Tabletop Simulator Workshop. I don't know if it's set to public or not, so it might be set to where you have to have the link. But yeah, absolutely, you can totally have this. At the most you'll probably have to do is join our Discord if you're not already on there. But if you do that, then yeah, sure, no problem. You can get in there. Emmanuel asks, was away for the last hour and a half. What happened? Who's winning? We don't have an answer yet. I suspect the French are going to be successful, but we don't have an answer. So a lot's going to depend. You just saw an initial French attack here. The Schwerpunkt really, I think, going in. And, it's here on the left. So, yeah. And you saw that French units were initially routed. Let's zoom back in on here. I wonder if they removed those routed units or what. Where somebody's rewinded the time, so there must have been some mistake made there, which they're correcting. So let's let it load and see what we got. That happens, or sometimes you just hit the button on accident. That happens too. Yeah, the map itself is usually the last thing to load. Let's get a zoom in here. It looks like whatever units were routed, though, they've removed from play, probably because they're not going to come back. So that's here. All right, this is still loading up, but it will. And yeah, it looks like I don't think the guard's going to be committed at any point. I don't think they're going to get into the fight. And then these units over here, Jan and the other cavalry, probably not going to see too much action. They're going to hang out the whole time. I need to talk to Carter, who's running the cavalry sweep here. I think his action seems to be done, though. So he may be finished for the day. He did his job. He swept the plain. He did it. Let's go talk to Carter, see how things are going. All right. is he out? Oh, Carter. Looks like Carter's out. Ah. Well, his mission complete, he may have had to leave. Sometimes that happens. Every once in a while we get a player who has to drop out early, and we give them a command where the unit's going to be finished early, and it looks like that appears to be what's happened here. That's too bad. I wanted to check in with Carter. But that's that. So, all right, I've been going for 4 hours. I need a short break for myself. So I am going to mute my mic and take a short break while this unfolds. I'm just going to leave everything here. I ought to zoom in just a little bit. It looks like they have punched through thanks to successive lines here in the center. That's a big deal. The Prussians do have some reserves they could move up, but in time, I don't think so. That's a big deal right there, but let's let that unfold. I need a comfort break. I'll be right back in a few minutes, and then we'll pick up, okay? So we're going to stand by. All right, I am back. Let's see here where we're at. I actually would like to talk to Blazer now. Now that the French are punching through here, I think we'll see. A lot of these units are no longer going to be a factor, you know. And it looks like the French have sorted themselves. What unit is this? This is the 10th Division. The 10th Division here from Saint Armand, which is following the 8th Division. And the 8th Division is pushing. So that looks about right. That's Achilles' plan. And then we have all this artillery. This is the Grand Battery. The battery, I don't know if they'll be doing much. But let's see. Let's talk to Blazer. Let's get in there.
Oh, wow. The battle's really starting now.
Are you kidding?
Only took about 4 hours.
I think it's already ending. That Prussian center is just shattered.
Yeah.
Well, they got some guns there, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Does Blucher know that his center's pierced?
Probably not quite yet.
Oh, it's Brusher.
I'll ping him there.
Yeah, it's Cookie. Yeah, it's interesting. You have these critical developments, but neither commander knows.
Yeah, but the French have got loads of stuff in reserve there. They're definitely going to be able to exploit that attack.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think, it's over. Whereas I don't know that the Prussians...
They got a,
I don't think the Prussians can get...
got a very concentrated attack.
Yeah. I don't think the Prussians can bring in reserves in time to stem it, so... That's it, man. Once the... if the technical test is complete and all of the